Good morning, everyone. I'm your stage manager for today. I'm Cherry. But later on, we will have 5 MCs. We have 5 batches. We have 50 unexpected voices that will speak today. Today is the 10th anniversary of World Speech Day. We are celebrating the 10th anniversary. Okay? Without further ado, I don't want to wait any longer. I believe you are also excited to hear those crafted speeches. Let us call on our first MC for today, Miss Valerie. Okay? Okay.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Terry. Good morning, everyone. Happy to be here today. Everybody's ready? Yes! Our first speaker is Ernest Chen. He's a speaker, author, and trainer, and community leader. He's also co-founder of World Speech Day Singapore, and Singapore is the first country to stage the World Speech Day. So the title of his speech is The Power of Unexpected Voice. Let us welcome Ernest Chen.
Thank you, Valerie. We are the world. We are the children. We are the one that makes a brighter day. So let's start giving. There's a choice of making, saving our own life. For we are the world, and let's begin with us today. Fellow Singaporeans, fellow world citizens, ladies and gentlemen, Michael Jackson composed this song to save Africa. This song was an unexpected call to the world citizens that we have a voice to change the destiny of the world. We are the world. Little did we know that 10 years ago, World Speech Day started as a small event. And now it's become an international event. World Speech Day was a small movement, and it's become a global giant movement. Our voices was weak and feeble, and now our voices were strong and vibrant. The unexpected voices is here to propagate to the world. There is a voice to speak for you. Little did I know that I met Simon Gibson 13 years ago when we were attending the International Speechwriting Conference at Bournemouth, UK. Happened that I was seated next to him. We exchanged contact number and we became friends. But 2 years later, on Boxing Day, he gave me a call. Ernest, do you still remember me? I said, yes. Simon Gibson here. I said, yes, I know. I have a dream. I want you to join me to start the World Speech Day next year. Immediately, without hesitation, I said, yes. So 2016, 15th of March, we organized the World Speech Day without sweat. What happened if I wasn't sitting next to him and we did not cross paths in the conference? There won't be any World Speech Day. Destiny is shaped by moments like this. Well, now you can see from 10 countries in 2016, we have 100 countries participating in World Speech Day today. Come on, give a clap. 10 years, we jumped from 10 to 100 over countries. Yes. Today, we are very fortunate to have a different venue. In the past, we always hold it in the YMCA, in the Ningbo Guild, my clan association. So I was called to try out this venue. Why not? I have to thank the Homepao Media, the owner, Mark Laudy, and Lance. They are the great supporters of World Speech Day. In life, you must have friends to make a better friends. You must have supporters to make them a better supporters. Well, look at the setting today. Behind me, what do you see? Towering skylines. And what do you see further? Right. Infinite and borderless horizon. It tells us that we can do further. Our strength is limitless if you have the power to do it. I can touch the cloud and reach for the sky. It is all possible if you have the mindset to do it. And this brings me back to my school days. One day in the classroom, I was looking towards the window, staring at the blue sky. Suddenly a voice said, "Ernest, what are you doing?" I got a shock. My teacher, Mr. Chow, said, "Ernest, you are building castle in the air again and again." I got a shock. I looked back at her and stared at her with a big smile. The verse, building castle in the air, has been indelible in my mind. It's never escaped from me. Years later, I discovered a great writer, Ralph Waldo Emerson. He has a different perspective. What did he say? There's nothing wrong building castle in the air. And now, start putting the foundation under them, and the castle will be in the air. Yes, it is true. We have to start doing the things that you believe in it. If you don't, you will procrastinate. 95% of the people will always procrastinate. I know. This is life. So what are the foundations? Passion, number 1. Self-belief, number 2. Knowledge, number 3. Guts and gumption, number 4. So this foundation has been the bedrock of my life. And it has been the bedrock of World Speech Day. If not, it won't last for that long. We'll continue to propagate World Speech Day. Passion is what you love to do. Passion is something embedded in your soul. Passion is something that you search for and do it well. My favorite quote is, love what you do what you love. Self-belief is something you believe in yourself, believe in your mission, believe in your words, believe in your dreams. And then you can lead people to your group and change the world together. Number 3, knowledge is very important. It's understanding, comprehend what is right, what is wrong, comprehend what's happening in the world today. Many people do not know how to comprehend. They believe in fake news. So with knowledge, you understand fake news and real news. Knowledge is very important in our life. How to get knowledge? Read more books. Travel more worlds and see people. Talk to the people all around. Then you understand what's happening. But the funny thing is that in Singapore, people are willing to spend money on food. Ask them to buy a book. No, no money. So how to get knowledge? I don't know. You know, I don't know. The last one, guts and gumption. Have the courage and determination to see it through, to realize your dreams, to do something that's meaningful for you and for the world. So make this foundation as the big rock of your life. Today, we are celebrating the 10th anniversary of World Speech Day. There are a lot of things we could do. Something that always strikes my mind, that we must go and tell the people who are strong, the nation who are strong, please don't bully the weaker people. Don't bully the weaker nations. Cooperate and work for the world at large. Making peace is better than making war. Embrace love is sweet. Embrace hatred is bitter. This is what happens in the world. Day in, day out, is happening all the time. I'm happy that today we have 50 over speakers sign up for today's event. Yes, I believe that the speakers have toiled hours, days, and months for today. And today is a chance for them to show their infectious energy and told them, there's no time for me, my dear friend. This is the way. But of course, I also must limit myself. I have to thank the speakers who really come up with a message to change the world. It's never easy, but they can do it. But then there are people, last minute call up, I want to cancel. Today I cannot come. Why? Maybe there are better things for them to do. I don't know why. Well, do you know that one idea can change the world? One action can ricochet and rebound back to many actions. This is where a group activities can be stronger. I believe that our collective effort can change the world. And you never know, one day a new world, a new place will emerge for all of us. See my good friend down there, I don't know why. Rather than listening to me, he's looking at the watch. Never mind, right? That is the good way. Because I already told them that, please don't time me. If they don't follow the instruction, means that there's something wrong with the command, change command. That is the way we do it. Heal the world, make it a better place for you and for me and the girls at large. We are people dying. We care enough for the living. Let's do together to make this place a better world. One day, a new world will be born. One day, a better place will come. On that day itself, we'll stand tall, we'll stand proud and say, this is our day. This is our voice. This is our world. Thank you. Toastmasters.
Want to write more about you for the book?
Yeah, later on.
Okay.
Reading my following.
Okay. Thank you, Ernest. Thank you so much. What an inspiring speech to start the day. Our next speaker is Mark Laudy. He is the Managing Director of Hong Bao Media and would like to share his speech on World Speech Day this 2025. The title of his speech is Overcoming Stage Fright. Over to you, Mark.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And a very warm welcome to all of you watching us from wherever you are around the region and indeed around the world. And I have to say, we talk about unexpected voices. Actually, it's more like unexpected faces. Walking into my studio this morning and seeing so many of you here, we're thrilled to have you all for World Speech Day. And how important speeches are. Think about all the problems in the world that we have. Think about all the wars, poverty, issues around healthcare, the aging. Ultimately, when you consider all of the world's problems, at their core, they are communications problems. The reason we have wars is because people don't communicate enough in peacetime. We don't solve war because we don't communicate enough. We have issues around poverty for a lack of empathy and communication. And because all the world's problems at their core are communication problems, it's fitting that the solutions to all the world's problems are communication solutions. And if we can, in fact, talk more with each other, talk in a more effective way, then perhaps we'll be able to solve all of the world's problems as well. Here in the studio, overlooking Raffles Place, Singapore, we welcome many business leaders for their communication coaching. Usually what happens in this room is that we don't have 40 people, we have possibly 4. And these are among the most senior of business, government and civil service leaders. Which brings me on to the second point, and in fact the title of my presentation today. Why is it that so many people shun the stage? Why is it that so many people feel nervous before they get up in front of a camera or in front of a larger audience, as many of our business leader guests need to do? They have to speak in all sorts of public speaking engagements, conference keynotes, panel discussions, town hall meetings, media interviews. And so what we've discovered over the years is that nervousness on stage, stage fright, is actually not an issue of skill. You can train for years with the right techniques, the right vocal techniques, which Ernest displayed so vociferously earlier on. You can train how to structure your words. But why is it then that so many people still suffer that nervousness on stage and on camera? And so what we discovered is that this is not the absence of skills at all. It is linked to certain personality traits, inclinations, predispositions. Now, there's nothing wrong with your personality. It's just that, on occasion, the way that you view the world brings with it a certain amount of stage fright. Let me give you some examples of the sorts of stage fright that we see even among the most senior of business leaders. And there was one particular I recall who came here for training, a civil service leader. She was in her early 40s, quite senior, deputy chief executive of a government department. And as she walked in, her first words were, "I'm only here because the communications team sent me." I said, "Welcome, take a seat, have a cup of tea." It turned out that she had what is arguably the most difficult to overcome form of stage fright. You might loosely call it perfectionism. In the coaching vernacular, we call it restorative. People who have this form of stage fright usually have a personality that's orientated around solving problems. It's actually a very useful mindset, predisposition, or inclination to have. And if you have this perfectionism mindset, then there's a good chance that you look to do everything perfectly. Perhaps in an exam, if you scored 95% at school or university, perhaps you're the sort of person who then, rather than goes out and celebrates with their friends for having scored a high distinction, maybe you are sitting back in your room trying to figure out, where did I go wrong? Where were the last 5 points? And you'll end up kicking yourself over, how could I have missed these points? So to some extent, this is a very useful mindset to have. Who could argue with a mindset of continuous learning and continuous improvement? But if this now means that when you're on stage, you're picking holes in your own presentation, you're picking holes in yourself in search of the last 5%, then that's probably a bridge too far. And that's exactly what happened to this particular civil servant who came here to the studio. But we all have multiple personality traits. Even if you're a perfectionist in some areas, there's a good chance that you have actually a wide variety of traits and inclinations. We all have about 10. None of us are one-track minds. We all have about 10 personality traits. And so did she. One of her personality traits, I suspect Ernest has it too, is called command. You always recognize people with command because they step up. When Ernest talked in the previous presentation about gumption and courage, people with command naturally seem to have this gumption and courage. You can always spot these people because when they are, let's say they're in a public place, let's say they see somebody trip up on an escalator. Ernest, what do you do when you see somebody trip up on the escalator? You step up, right? You go and you press the stop button. We can all do that. But when you have this command mindset, you can't help but to step up. You step up in all sorts of situations. Maybe it even extends to calling for the bill in the restaurant. Somebody with command will not wait endlessly for the bill. In fact, perhaps just 2 minutes later, they'll already go up to the payment counter and demand their bill, full of gumption. Right? And so we all have these different personality traits. There are 34 traits in all. And that's exactly what this particular guest had. Yes, she had that perfectionism. Yes, she was beating herself up over those little slip-ups which worried her. But she also had this command mindset. And when she decided to take charge, not of an escalator or the bill in the restaurant, when she decided to take charge of her own perfectionism, she presented extremely well and without nerves. So what we're about today is to help you to overcome those nerves. We are not here, none of you 50 here, in order to step out of your comfort zones. In fact, the reverse is true. I need you to first discover what your comfort zones are. Be clear about which of the 34 talent themes, personality traits you have. We all have at least 10. And so then the aim is for you to build on your comfort zones. Rather than stepping out, build out your comfort zones. Rather than stepping out of your comfort zones, that's how you build yourself up. And so I wish every one of our participants here in our studio the best of success in giving your voice to whatever subject that it is that you're going to be speaking about today. I wish you success in overcoming your stage fright. And I wish you success in solving the world's problems through communications. Thank you.
To invite Ernest to come on board to go to present you a book.
This is for you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. All right, thank you. Thanks, Ernest.
Thank you. Thank you. Next, I would like to invite Cherry to come up because she has some announcements to make. Cherry, please.
Thanks, Valerie. You have seen our two speakers. Before we continue with the next speakers, let me introduce some rules. Okay. We have a duration for our speakers. The first two speakers are samples. There's the excuse. Okay. The duration of our speeches is between 5 to 7 minutes. There's a timer behind, as you can see, 5 minutes. You can see the green light, 5 minutes for green light, 6 minutes for the yellow light, 7 minutes for the red light. Otherwise, it will be nonstop. We won't be able to finish the whole day. We have a few more, not just few more, we have 50. Take note, okay? And take note, when the speaker is started to speak, please silence, and the phone, please. And if you need to speak, show respect to our speakers, we need to go out of the studio. Okay? Anything else? Anything else? Okay. So the first batch, please get ready. Second batch, they're coming also. So let me hand it over to our MC, Valerie. Continue.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Cherry. Thanks for the insightful SOP that we need to be on, Tom. Next, we have our speaker, Sharon Kam. She specializes in design and renovation for commercial organizations, social enterprises, non-profit entities, and leaders. In Toastmaster, she is the Program Quality Director in District 8T, supporting the growth and development of our leaders of more than 200 Toastmasters in Singapore. She is a change maker. And today, her title of speech is The Mouse Trap. Let us welcome Sharon Kam. Over to you. Thank you.
Wait a moment.
Yeah, she's mic.
How do I? Okay, okay.
Oh,
Oh,
is
that's
it on?
great.
Am I audible?
Yes.
I'm visible too. Especially inspiring Saturday morning to fellow speakers and friends. I'm so honored to be here today with all of you to celebrate the World Speech Day, a day that we dedicate to the power of the words, power to inspire, to connect, and to transform life. That's why we are talking about changing the world. As speakers, I am a Toastmaster, and as Toastmasters, we believe beyond the power of words, the power of speeches. And beyond the power of speeches, the power of community. Today I'm going to talk a little bit about something that is the backbone of our success and growth, unity. But before that, I'm going to tell a little simple story. There's this little mouse peeking through the crack of the wall in the bun house. He saw the farmer and the wife opening a package. Ooh, what delicious food it must be in there. But to his horror, it was a mouse trap. A mouse trap! Horrified, he ran to the barnyard and shouted, "There's a mouse trap in the house! There's a mouse trap in the house!" The chicken cluck. "That's your problem, not mine." The lamb was sympathetic. "I'm so sorry for you, but there's nothing I can do." The cow, moo. "A mouse trap, what can it do to me? It can't hurt me." Defeated, the mouse rushed back to his hole and was alone in his fear. But that very night, a loud snap was heard. It didn't catch the mouse. Instead, it caught the tail of a venomous snake. The farmer's wife, curious, went to investigate, but in the process was bitten by the snake, and she felt dangerously ill. The farmer, of course, loved the wife so much, need to cook something for her so that she can recover. What did he cooked chicken soup. There goes the chicken. And the wife didn't recover. So after a few days, friends, relatives, neighbor came to visit her, to comfort her. And the farmer wanted to feed them. He cooked up lamb stew. The meat came from the animal. Finally, he had no choice but to send the cow to the slaughterhouse because he need to cover the high medical bills and sadly the funeral costs. The mouse, the most vulnerable, the smallest creature, sounded the alarm, but no one listened. In the end, everyone paid the price. In our community, whether in Toastmasters, in this speakers community, when one person has a problem, actually it's not just his or her problem, but it affects the rest of us. So, as we come here, we are not just articulating stories, we are not just sharing our wisdom, but we are here to use our voice. How do we use our voice? We use our voice to uplift others, to stand for what we believe in, to support others. Today, I'd like to share a challenge for all of us, to be courageous. To be courageous, to speak up when we see negativity in our community. The courage to stand up and help those who are weak. And the courage to act. Because it's pointless to be just like a noisy gong or clanging cymbal. But what is needed is that action, that courage to act and to lift people up. You know, the strength in a community is not about how strong we are as individuals. It's how we lift others up. Back to you. Thank you.
What an uplifting speech it is. The mousetrap, and next we're going to have fun. Our next speaker is So Sanda. She is a stay-home mom of two who believe that speeches will change the world. So her speech, Have Fun with So Sanda.
Thank you. Hello everyone. Good morning. Before I start my speech, let me send my grateful. Thank you so much. Yeah, before start, let me introduce myself. My name is So Sanda. This is the second year I joined World Speech Day. One Anna sent me message that whether I want to join today World Speech Day. Even though I was so scared to speak in front of other people, a lot of people, I reply immediately that I say yes to increase my confidence level, and also to fulfill my soul calling, which is to share my knowledge, lesson learned, and wisdom that I have today with the whole world. Thank you so much. Without further ado, let me start my story that I want to share with everyone. Which is, I name it Music Journey with My Son. So, as a mother, I want to support my kids. So, one day I know that astrology can know that the people, blessing, struggling area, all this. So I learn, and then I aware that music will really can help my son. So I sent him to music class, and then he ended up learning piano. So then he has been learning like 1 year. Then he started to say like, I don't want piano anymore. I don't want music. I don't want to go to music class anymore. Then I pause a while and I think back, because as a mother, I don't want him to give up so easily. I want him to build the perseverance, patience, and the consistency in his life. So I think back. So that 3 months ago, I noticed that he and me have this fight and struggle in practicing the new song. So whenever there is a new song every week, at the first day, he really struggle to practice. He doesn't want to do. He always say that, hey, mommy, it's so hard. I don't want, so hard. I don't want. Then I force him, and I told him that, okay, if you want to play with your friends, you need to finish 10 times of practicing, which is fear by control. So it is very automatic response by human, controlling by fear. So this is generation by generation. This will be another topic. We can see this controlling by fear in office, in politicals, in school, at home, everywhere. So I noticed that there is the one thing I noticed. Another thing is that he get distracted. It's normal that he get distracted by younger sister, and after he play one time, he go down and then he play for 5-10 minutes until I ask him to go back and practice. Hey, how many times? Already 10 times. Then he go back. Then in the end, what happened is already half an hour to play 10 times. So in summary, it's like very forcing period last 3 months. So I asked myself, what is the reason of I asking him, I letting him to learn music, to have fun, to help him in his life to have happy life. So then one day, me and my husband discussed, and we noticed, we applied this one. Before he really started to play a new song, we let him, we let him, all of us, me, my husband, my younger daughter, and we find the music, the music that he need to practice that week. Then we play the song, the meme dance, and then we all encourage him. Then he slowly come feeling the confidence and also the feeling of happiness. So then, okay, I feel very relieved, and it's kind of like win-win situation. He feel happy, and also that I want him to learn the perseverance in practicing new song, which is difficult for everyone, even for teacher. Is very difficult for a new song. He can play. I told him that he can play old song that he already smooth for half an hour without going down. So that means that he really loves playing music. So yeah. So this is a lesson I learned. Thank you so much. And everyone, the message I want to share with everyone is that no matter for your kids, for yourself, whatever journey you name it, music journey, your career journey, even a hiking journey, please don't forget to chip in the fun facts and be happy. Thank you so much.
Thank you, So. Thanks for the inspiring speech to always have fun. Our next speaker is Muhammad Hakim. I'm sure most of you know him. With 10 years in Toastmaster, who enjoys learning in various crafts through adapting to rapidly changing circumstances. He believes that leading with a heart will make you adaptable in a VUCA world, volatile, uncertain, complex, and ambitious world. It is now more important than ever to lead with a heart. And we look forward to his speech. He is the heart of a 21st century leader. Let's welcome Omar Hakim to the stage. Thank you.
Gentlemen, very good morning to everyone here in the studio, as well as everyone listening in, wherever you are around this world. Celebrating World Speech Day, very aptly put here in the heart of downtown Singapore. Now, my friends, if you remember a few years ago, the sight of downtown Singapore, quiet, like today on a Saturday morning, but it was a different kind of quiet. Not a single soul was on the roads or in the offices. Most of us were at home, often in fear of what will happen the next day. Do you remember those times of COVID-19? And then we wondered, what will the world become beyond COVID-19? And here we are today. A different world, a changed world. The question, my friends, what had changed the world post-COVID-19? Who had changed the world post-COVID-19? My friends, these are the leaders that have stepped up beyond COVID-19 to lead the rest of the world back into normalcy, back into living life as how we had before, to a different level, an even better level, having learned from the experience of COVID-19. So what makes the heart of a 21st century post-COVID leader? Now, some people say, based on their observation after COVID-19, that leadership nowadays is no longer about authority. It is about empathy. It is no longer about efficiency. It is about understanding the people who makes the results. It is no longer about correction, but it is about connection. So my friends, today I share my observations, 3 observations on what makes the heart of a 21st century leader. The first one, the heart of a 21st century leader is adaptability. COVID-19 taught us that certainty was an illusion. In the blink of an eye, our lives could be upturned, changed by something we couldn't even see. Some of us lost loved ones, friends, people whom we thought we'd spend years and a lifetime with, gone in the blink of an eye. Many things are different now. The leader of now must be able to change and adapt, and must be able to lead others through that change by being nimble and adaptable. One of the biggest things that came after COVID-19 was artificial intelligence. I ask myself, as I ask each and every one of us here, how much have we embraced this new phenomenon that is slated to change the world for many, many more years to come? Now, the second heart of a post-COVID 21st century leader is empathy. We now learn that beyond the results and targets are people. When these people were not around in COVID-19, nothing moved. We had to get people back in order for us to see our results come back. And as we know, people have multiple things that are within their sphere. They have families, they have friends, they have hobbies, they have interests. Some days they are feeling well, some days they are not. They are not like machines and robots. So the leader of the 21st century post-COVID-19 needs to understand that people run companies, people run organizations, and people drive the results leaders seek. So nowadays, it's not just about whether the person is there, it's whether the person is fully there. Mind, heart, body, soul. Now, the third heart of a 21st century post-COVID leader is courage. It takes courage to lead more than ever, to handle and to tackle the challenge of COVID-19, as what some of our speakers mentioned earlier on, took people with gumption, with courage to step up and say, let's go this way. The path may be uncertain, we may not know where it's heading, it may be dark and only a small light at the end of the tunnel. But as leaders, we must plan, we must inspire, and we must lead from the front. And that is how we brought together so many people today in this place to speak their hearts and minds, to share their wisdom from their lives. And I'm sure each story today will be unique. It took courage for everyone to come up and speak. And because of that, each and every one of us here is a leader. So my friends, as we revel in the World Speech Day, enjoy each other's speeches and this wonderful view, we remember that once it was a quiet place. It took leaders like you and I and the various peoples filling up these buildings, which was nothing, until the leaders stepped up and say, let's chart a path for Singapore, for the rest of the world, for us. And because of that, we are for the better. So today I stand here to share with you the heart of a 21st century leader is to lead with kindness and with care. When you think well, you feel well, you will do well. Thank you very much.
Wow, that was a very, very heartwarming speech indeed, right? The heart of a 21st century leader. And from the love of heart, we go into the love of the natural planet. Our next speaker is Loy. He served as the captain in Civil Defence Force. He has a very deep passion for nature and became a certified mangrove guide with NParks. Today, he wants to look forward to sharing the wonders of mangrove ecosystem, how it can inspire and reconnect us with the natural world as a refreshing alternative to the digital era. So the title of his speech is Save the Planet, Save the Mangrove. Let's welcome Loy to the stage.
Morning, everyone. I'm very glad to be here today to share my story. I'm not here to talk about trees. Start again. Okay. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and friends around the world. Today, my topic is on saving the planet, save the mangrove. While we are all here enjoying ourselves, somewhere in the world today, a big part of the forest has been bulldozed. Somewhere in the world today, the habitat in the mangrove forest loses their home. And somewhere in the world today, the settlers, the coastal area, lost their protection against the storm surge. Now, why mangrove? Mangrove are not only trees that grow in salty water. They are protectors. Mangrove protect from soil erosion of the land. Mangrove protect storm surge going into the settlement. Do you know that mangrove have 4 times more carbon storage than any terrestrial tree in the forest? And mangrove is a sole habitat where all the creatures, like what you see in the mangrove swamp, the crabs, the mudskipper, the snakes, the monitor lizard, living around the vicinity. So, why are we destroying the mangrove forest? Because of progress. We clear the land for resort. We clear the land to build shrimp farm. But by doing so, we are clearing the nature shield that protect our earth. Let me share you my story. I'm a mangrove guide with MPark, and I used to take kids and adults for mangrove walk. Every time I took a group of children to the mangrove, they are very excited. They will start running around. Look, 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 there's a crab over here. Then the rest will all crowd around. Where? Another one will start pointing the side. Yeah, there's another one here. So everyone is going around, very busy, looking for crabs. But the little girl standing next to me was pulling my pocket. Said, Mr. Loy, how is it that the crab have a very big claw? I smile, and everybody started to gather around. I say, the crab with the biggest claw are the male crabs. They are called red fiddler crab. Now you tell me, what are they doing? Oh, they are waving. So, who are they waving? Then they look around. They are waving at their girlfriend. Oh, then everybody start laughing. You see? So, what happened is, the bigger the claw, what happened? The more girlfriend they have, and everybody start laughing. Right? But I whisper, I'm going to tell you a secret. The bigger the claw, the easier it is for the predators to spot and eat them. Right? In Indonesia alone, they have discovered that settlers near the coastal area where you have mangrove forests tends to have richer fish harvest, because the younger fish are able to grow and mature and subsequently goes into the open seas. All right. And then when I saw these little children, I suddenly think back, what happened if we lost the forest? What happened if our next generation do not get to see the waving of the crab, do not get to see the singing of the birds in the mangrove forest? We are doing this for the sake of progress, but at what price we are paying? We are not only talking about trees. We are not talking about the earth. We are talking about the future. So my friends, let me ask you. Some of you might be thinking, I'm alone. What can I do? Change does not have to depend on others. We too have a part to play. So what can we do? We can plant a tree. There's planting a million tree campaign going on in Singapore now. We can join preservation of the surrounding, all right? And we can be a voice to protect the earth. So, if we don't take action now, then when? If it's not us, then who? So, friends and fellows from all over the world, we can all join hands together and make the place a better planet to live. The place we can call home. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Loy. Take action for our planet, everyone. That's what we learned. Our next speaker is Jason Cheong. It's his third time participating in the World Speech Day. Currently, he's living in Hong Kong. He believes that a 5 to 7 minute speech can heal broken hearts and change the lives of people and the world. His title of speech is Speak Up. Let's welcome Jason.
Good morning, everyone. Nice to come back to Singapore and see a lot of familiar faces. Speaking up, imagine this. Everything exists, it was just once an idea. Everything visible was upon invisible. Just take this building as example. Many years ago, I worked in the next building. This place is just an empty space. This building was just an idea from a visionary leader. They just want to redevelop this place. Subsequently, it turns to the architect and then to put the building design into the paper, and the contractor brought it to life. So you can prove that an idea what we stand here as a reality, once is an idea and it proves it, when action at a point, it can transform intangible to tangible. But ideas alone is not enough. Speaking up is equally essential here. Speaking up allows us to exchange the ideas, benefit not only the audience and also the speakers. I like to use this example, which is proof the idea is very unique. Let's say there's two people in the room, one with 10 oranges and the other man have 10 apples. They agreed to trade 5 apples to try orange. At the end of the day, these two men will have both 5 apple and 5 orange. They've been both to taste the both fruit. But you remember that the total number of the fruit in the room remain the same. That is normal, right? But when it comes to idea, it is different. Let's say the man 1 have idea A and man 2 have idea B. When they exchange the idea, both men will get 2 ideas without losing his own. So you can see, when it comes to idea, when we exchange each other, everyone will get the benefit. Like what today, 50 speakers share with the 50 idea. When you guys leave of the room, how many ideas will have? A lot, yeah. Okay? So you may ask, okay, why if I don't have groundbreaking ideas, or I find that the voice or what really my voice can do is so insignificant a single voice. What can we change the world? The answer is yes. Every voice matters. When we speak up, firstly, you have to break through all your fears hold us you back, and then you speak up, and then you express your idea. And the idea and the voice can have the immense power about can heal, can transform, can inspire. Have you ever have experience when you feel very, very down? When someone just pat your shoulder and say, don't give up, I believe in you. Just a few words, how you feel. You will feel, have a lot of energy, and you feel doesn't change your perspective. Have you ever tested this moment? And also, when you feel very exhausted, the people say, keep it on, keep going, you can do it. I remember last month, I was running a half marathon. In the last 2 kilometers, I was quite drained and I almost gave up. But the roadside has a lot of cheers. They feel, keep it on, 加油, don't give up, push it on, keep going. At the end, I really feel that this really, really, really useful. I don't know whether you have this. So that's why the cheerleader, sometimes the home court advantage is really make the difference. Yeah. Also, the speaking up or idea will also change your mind. When change the mind, to action will follow. So, everyone to have once the idea will share, will become the reality. Then you will say, how can I practice speaking up? So today you are here is already take the first action. I would suggest you to take the action now and take the small step. Just like in every meeting, when in your work or in your conversation, don't just sit down and listen. Try to speak one idea about yourself. When you see things is not, fair, or you think you need to speed up, just speed up once. Every time, every conversation, you just speed up once or take one more step, things will change. And every step you take, you will conquer your fear and put this your best. In conclusion, I just want to take opportunity for everyone and also the people on the line as well to remind you guys, don't underestimate your voice. Every voice it makes, it counts, and I hope everyone can speed up to make this work better. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Jason, for that inspiring speech to speak up. So besides speaking up, you can also be quiet. So our next speaker is Carla Chiang. Carla, she leads a team dedicated to teaching science, inspiring students to develop a love for learning and discover the wonders of our amazing world. So her speech is, It Can Be Quiet. Welcome, Carla, to the stage.
Thank you. I want to be happy, and I feel that the world will be a happier place if they know that it can be quiet. Sometimes we do not know that we have the control of our life. We do not know that we have the control of our minds. And we just go on life in a way that is so rushed, it's so busy, and it's, of course, I think all of you know, it can be stressful as well. Maybe one day you can find inner peace, but a few days later, you might lose that happiness that you thought lives within you. But then, you can actually control it. So maybe I just give an example. I'm often late. Somehow, I can't judge my time properly. And when I don't judge my time properly, and I'm supposed to meet someone, I might be in a rush, and I drive. And when I drive, I hear my brain saying, I'm late, I'm really late. What will the person think? Oh no, that group of people waiting for me. I'm the boss, how can I be late? So what should I do? Then I realized that, yes, I'm late, but why am I telling myself repeatedly that I'm late? What can I do about it? All I can do, actually the best way I can do is to drive, be in the present, be careful, be safe, and not talking to myself so much. And I find that usually at the start of the year is the time when I get a bit stressed out, because of course there's a new things happening like this. Perhaps your child is going to a new school, and it's the new start of the year, and there's changes. And when there's changes, you realize that you can get a bit more tense up. And then that's when you start talking a little bit more within yourself. And so I have 3 tips to how to reduce the noise in your head amidst this already rather noisy world. And it's actually recommended by my husband. So he recommended these 2 books called The Power of Now by Eckhart Tolle, as well as The Untethered Soul by Michael A. Singer. And when I read this book, I sort of formulated, and I feel that at my age now, I realize that this is what I need. I need to quieten my mind. Sometimes I tell myself I want to find inner peace, I want to find happiness, I need to do this, I need to do that, and I have to achieve something, then I can find happiness. But actually happiness can be quite easy. It's just about keeping your mind a bit quieter and giving yourself more space. So step one is that you can try to personify your mind. What you do is that you can maybe take one day to realize that to hear your thoughts. You give your thoughts a name. Maybe it's I don't know, a roommate or a name, okay, like Sally or Peter. And then you realize that Sally or Peter keeps talking. So how they keep talking, it could be, I'm standing here, I can feel the sun on my skin, right? It's quite warm. But I can feel it. Why do I need to tell myself it's warm? Sometimes you go like, oh, it's so cold, it's so hot, and I'm hot. But you do not need to do that. You can just feel it, okay? Just like if I know I'm late, I do not need to tell myself I'm late. Why do I need to repeat to myself? So if you do that today, you realize that you might be talking to yourself a lot more than you know, okay? So first you need to know that there's this voice. Second is that you can know that you can separate yourself from the voice. And what you do is that you try to see yourself as a level above that voice in your mind. And how you can do that is this. Perhaps now you're thinking, who is this person? What is this person doing? So now you try not to think about anything. You're seated on your seat, right? So what you do is that you imagine you have just awoken from a sleep. You wake up. And then you just look from left, the very nice view across to the right slowly, and don't think about anything. And when you don't think about anything, and when you don't think, you can feel that you are still alive. And therefore, that is that consciousness. You are that seer. You are not the voice in your head. And once you can separate that, you realize that you can control it. So, number 3, once you know you can separate it, you stop it. You stop it, not unnecessarily, but you stop it whenever you know that you have to stop it. A few days ago, I was stressed. I was like just thinking to myself, what if this thing happened? What if that thing happened? Then because I read this book, I realized that I can stop it, right? So I was thinking. I caught myself thinking unknowingly. And then I went, stop, color, stop. And then my voice in my head quietened down. It truly stopped. And I stopped worrying. I stopped worrying about the past that I cannot change anymore. And I do not want to worry about the future that hasn't even happened. And therefore, that's when you can start living in the now. And if everyone or leaders of the world start living in the now, they make better decisions, clearer decisions. So I was thinking to myself, and there's this saying that says, empty vessels makes the most noise, right? It's not a good saying. It means that if you're empty, you're not that smart. But then, I was just thinking to myself, I remember this Bible verse, it's about the prophet Elisha. He was trying to fill up empty vessels, and it was overflowing. He asked the widow to bring the vessels here, as many vessels as he can find, and it overflowed. And therefore, if it's empty, you give yourself space for creativity. And so, empty vessels can make the loudest melody. And that's good. The world might be loud, but you can be quiet. Okay, thank you very much. Okay.
Thank you so much, Kala. Well, now I can enjoy the view from here to see left and right. Our next speaker is Dreamy. She's an author, speaker, and trainer. Her workbook of Be Your Own BFF is focused on self-transformation and has 108 guided journal prompts to take you on a journey of self-awareness to self-mastery. And her speech is Finding Joy. Let's welcome Dreamy, Finding Joy, with us today.
Thank you, Valerie. I don't want to go back home. 8-year-old me complained to my mother, "But darling, we need to get back. Bedtime at 9, remember? But I'm having so much fun. But we have a home we need to go and sleep in. For tonight, can't we just stay on the trees?" That was me, having fun and being joyful. Very good afternoon. And I hope you all are in a joyful state of mind. As a child, I was in a constant state of joyfulness. Aren't we all? Everything is bright and beautiful. Everything is wow and wonderful. And we love it when we go out with our parents, doing the non-routine things and no school. Running, jumping, screaming, having ice cream, doing the things that give us joy. Laughter, non-stop talking, even more laughter, screaming, and some more laughter. And that's how we are, in a constant state of being happy. Then we slowly grow up. We start looking for joy in things. We start pursuing joy in people. And yet we struggle. We don't always find the joy. So what do? Have you all watched the movie Inside Out? It's an excellent depiction of the simple emotions, of how we are all born with joy. And that is the first true emotion we feel. Then, over time, the other emotions slowly introduce themselves to us. Anger, sadness, greed, and so on. And slowly, joy takes a back seat, struggling to find itself and be the dominant emotion in all of us. When did you last find your joy? Was it this morning? Was it last night? Was it in the previous week? What is your dominant emotion these days? What is it that sets your soul on fire? What is it that fuels you? What is it that gives you the passion to go through life? Take a step back and ask yourself this. Find it, define it, and then go ahead and do it. Because when we are in a state of joy, we can pass on the joy to others. So the question is, how do you find your joy? I went ahead and asked my spiritual guru, who also happens to be my husband, how do I be joyful? How can I be happy? And he says, joy is not something you will find. Joy is within you and you just have to choose it. So I say, but then joy is the place I want to reach. It's a goal I achieve. It's the end point. And he says, joy cannot be your destination. Find joy in the journey. So this is my message to all of you today. How will you find your joy on the journey to the destination? Is it really something that you should be chasing, or is it something that you should be in as a state of mind? Here there's a small distinction between happiness and joy. Happiness is more fleeting. I get something I want, I'm happy. You do something that I ask you to do, I'm happy. I buy the latest thing I want, I'm happy. But that happiness spike that goes up suddenly can come down suddenly once the next shiny thing is out of your life. But a state of being, which is joy, will ensure
that happiness, although when it goes down, you're still in a blissful, content state. Having the peace to be happy with where you are and what you're doing, and having the courage to continue on your path is what will bring you true joy. So I implore you again, please find your joyful state, your true state of being, the one which you were born with and the one that we have been chasing, but is always within us, and we only need to tune into that frequency and be joyful. May your life be joyful. Thank you.
Wow, may our life be always joyful. So we're having a joyful morning so far, right? Yeah, great. And then the first morning batch, we're down to the last speaker. After joy, we find happiness too. Our last speaker for this batch one is Ragini. She has 18 years of experience in governance, risk and compliance, primarily with companies engaged in technology across Southeast Asia. Also an aspiring public speaker. After work, she practices yoga to keep her grounded and balanced. Her speech, Finding Happiness Beyond Achievement. Let's welcome Ragini.
Thanks, Valerie. Hi, everyone. So most of my life, okay, sorry, I'll start again. So most of my life, I did what many of us are being taught. Chase goals, work hard, and measure success through achievements. I believed that by hitting milestones, whether in my career or personal life, will bring me happiness. And for a while, it did. But then something changed. I achieved many of my goals which I once dreamt of. But the happiness did not last. I saw others around me doing the same, climbing up the corporate ladder, achieving more, earning more, but they didn't seem happy either. I felt that I reached a point of hedonic adaptation, meaning no matter how much I achieve, the happiness from it doesn't last. It's like drinking salt water. You think it will satisfy you, but it ends up leaving you more thirstier. I get reminded of a quote from a famous biologist, E.O. Wilson, who once said, "We have Paleolithic emotions, medieval institutions, and godlike technology." Think about it. We are wired for survival, constantly chasing more. The society still reinforces the outdated concept of success, wealth, status, title. And on the top of that, we have modern technology like social media, pushing us to compare more, making us feel we are never good enough. I fell into that trap too. The more I achieved, the more I feared losing it all. I cared about what others think of me. I got caught up in expectation and sought validation. And when things did not go my way, it felt like a personal failure. But then I asked myself, what if happiness is not about having more, but about needing less? That shift in mindset changed everything. I started focusing and prioritizing on things that really mattered and made difference to my life. So today, I want to talk about simple but 5 powerful habits which made difference in my life. Number 1 is meditation. It really helped me to quieten my mind and stop me from overthinking. Number 2, being present, because most of the sufferings and the worries comes from being past or worrying about the future. Number 3, smiling more, because a small change in the body language can affect the mind. Number 4, staying active, because healthy body leads to healthy mind. And number 5, learning continuously, because growth brings fulfillment. At first, these were the things which was hard for me to practice. But slowly, over the period of time, it became very natural to me. So happiness is not something we chase. It's something we cultivate. It's a skill, like any other skill, which needs practice. So here is my takeaway. Success isn't about achieving more. It's about how much peace you carry within yourself. And that's the goal worth working towards. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ragini. So it's been a wonderful morning and a wonderful day to be standing here. I will pass on to our next MC for the second batch, Loy. Over to you, Loy. To the stage.
Thank you, Valerie. All right, I will start off with the second batch. Our next speaker is Nini Tung. He's an adventurer, journeying through life one speech at a time. The title of his speech, Transform, Adapt, or Collapse. Let us welcome Nini Tung. Give him a clap.
How many of you still go to cinema to watch the movie? How many of you stay buy the newspaper to read the news? How many of you still use a camera to take the photo? Ladies and gentlemen, I believe most of your answer will be no. You still go to cinema, read the newspaper, or do you carry the camera? Not long ago, last 20 years ago, going to the cinema to watch the movie is a one way of entertainment. We read the newspaper to get the news, and we carry the camera to capture our memory. But nowadays, we stream the movie at home, and we get the news from the social media, and we capture our photo with the smartphone. This cinema, newspaper, and a recreational camera, they fail to transform and adapt so that they become a failure and oscillate. The technology today, the disruptive technology are ever changing, and consumer behavior is the shifting. And if you cannot able to transform and adapt, you will be left behind. You will collapse. You will obsolete. There's are three main transformations that the cinema, newspaper, and the recreational camera lack of. The first is convenience. Previously, we enjoyed the movie, going to the movie theater and the cinema. But now, if you can sit down at home and watch the movie of your choice without the hassle of buying the ticket and waiting for the showtime, the Netflix began the choice of entertainment. The second transformation, the speed. Previously, we waited for the newspaper to read the news. It would take 12 to 24 hours. But today, technology, with the social media, you can get the information or any news, what happened around the world, instantly, within a second. And the third most important transformation that cinema, newspaper, and the camera lack of is an innovation. The camera company, they try to make the better camera, better quality photo, but they fail to transform themselves. They fail to innovate. And the smartphone company, they not only integrate the camera into their smartphone, they integrate the music player, movie streaming, and the social media. Once the camera company find out about that and they try to innovate, it's too late. Nowadays, people might not know what is a Fujifilm, what is a Kodak, or what is a Konica or something like that. If the camera company, if they can innovate earlier, we will not carry Apple or Samsung. We might be carrying the Fuji camera, and then we are using the telephone to talk to them. So the transformation and adaptation are very important. If you cannot do that, the yesterday technology may not work today, and definitely won't work tomorrow. I would like to share my transformation story. I started my corporate advisory business last 20 years ago. Before COVID, last 2 decades, I can only manage to expand into the one country. Previously, I thought that I need to physically present in the office to manage it efficiently and properly. But during the COVID, not only that I cannot travel to other countries, I can't even get out of my home. So I need to transform and adapt the situation. I need to learn how to remotely manage, remotely work, and remotely communicate with my team to make the office efficient and properly functional. Ladies and gentlemen, today the world situation is more challenging than ever. Donald Trump 2.0 in America threatening the global security. The trade war is starting. The real war is not stopping. The global order began the disorder. And our transformation and adaptations are more important than ever. If we cannot do that, our next generation will be suffer. So we have to aim for not only survival, just to thrive ourselves for the next generation, so that we have to transform, adapt, or we will be collapsed in next generation. Thank you very much. Back to you.
Thank you, Nini Priya. So our next speaker is D.M. Priya. She's a transformative leader, experienced in finance, tech, management, fostering connection between purpose, progress, and people. Advocate for women's empowerment and inclusive growth. The title of her speech is Spy with My Little Eyes. Let us welcome D.M. Priya. Thank you.
I spy with my little eyes the beautiful world. Hello world, how are you today? Good. Do you still remember the pandemic? No. Pandemic has left scars on many. For me and my son, the pandemic crash landed in a way that we never expected. Yes, after second dose of vaccination, I felt off. I was tired, weak, dizzy. One day, I fainted, almost fainted. A trip to a nearby polyclinic revealed a news that I was not ready to receive or accept. It's the truth. The doctor said, Madam Priya, in addition to your pre-existing minor thalassemia beta, you are now diagnosed with type 2 diabetes. Fret not, it's just another medical condition. Though it cannot be reversed, the progression can be slowed down by active lifestyle. All right, I thanked the doctor, came out of the clinic, sunk in the chair in the corridor. My mind was spinning like whirlpool, thinking about the change in my daily routine, every meal with pill. The universe wasn't done with me yet. That day evening, when my son returned home from school, from the way he dropped his backpack, I know that he is going to drop a bombshell. I looked at him, he looked at me, and we made eye contact. And he started speaking. He said, Ma, today my class teacher, Madam Susan, asked me to tell this to you today, that I cannot take notes sitting at my chair, in my desk. I had to walk front to see what is written in the board to make notes. That answered the million-dollar question that I had for past few months, why his class work notebooks were incomplete. A trip to a nearby spectacle shop again revealed the news that we were not prepared to receive or accept. The optometrist said, Madam Priya, your kid is diagnosed with high myopia. But don't worry, it's just another medical condition which is very common in Singapore and worldwide. But it cannot be reversed, but the progression can be slowed down by active lifestyle. 2 battles, 1 day. Which one should I choose? Why me? Why my son? Why were we the chosen ones? We never invited COVID. I did not invent the vaccination. My son did not ask for 4 years of Zoom schooling. Why were we the chosen one? My dear friends, the universe does not answer all our questions. Yes, yet life moves on. I had to pick up myself and move on. I had hope. The hope that the progression can be slowed down, which means that I'm in a hunt of an activity where me and my son can find our synergy to lead an active lifestyle which we were already leading, but for no fault of ours, we need to accelerate it. First thing, we circumambulated temple praying. Then we went to park, playing, walking, jogging, running, even swimming. His energy was here, my energy was here. We couldn't find that synergy. Then he went skating. I stayed home resting. He played football. I stayed at home sleeping. It did happen. We couldn't find that synergy until one evening we accidentally stumbled upon a Toastmasters meeting on a Thursday evening. The room, the energy was electric. The ambience was infectious, like how it is today. The people were inspiring, speeches were inspiring, and people were welcoming. We decided to sign up. And I raised my hand. Can we sign up? Because of age criteria, only I could sign up. So I immediately stood up and asked, if I sign up, can he follow if he chooses to for the club meeting? The club president, after a deep thought, looked at his member and asked, why not? The member said, why not? Let us share our chicken rice. That's it. We were in. From then on, meeting after meeting, we attended chapter meetings, exco meetings, rebonding meetings. We went retreat. We made new friends. We went places. We explored new activities. 1.5 years fast forward, my dear friends. Last week, I need to go back to the spectacle shop again. This time to replace his broken specs. And the optometrist said that, Madam Priya, surprisingly, in last 6 months, your son's specs reading hasn't increased, hasn't changed. Do you know what it means? That was the moment I realized that we are slowing down the progression, the hope. That was the moment as a mother I cherished the most in last 2 years. And that was the moment, my dear friends, I realized that though I started this as a journey, started this journey as a battle against myopia and diabetics for me and my son. It's not just for us anymore. It's beyond us. It's for our generation and the next. And that time, I decided to elevate my experience, take my experience to the next level by starting a Gavel Club, a community Gavel Club for children, a Toastmaster club for children below 17. And it's not just a call for action for me anymore. It is work in progress, action in progress. I have the youth leadership program going on today. It's the third batch. Next month, I will write for the certificate of affiliation to Toastmasters to get the Gavel Club kicking start officially. My call for action is work in progress now. The call for action for every Toastmaster is when you see a kid stepping into your meeting, give them the program sheet. Explain what's happening in the meeting. And if you're not a Toastmaster, if you're a general audience, general public, treat each and every kid as an equal, as an adult. Impart the knowledge. Involve them. You never know, you may not be just making an impact on somebody, you may not just be influencing somebody, you may be transforming lives. Take action. Our mission is our vision. Our mission is our? Great.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Priya. That's a very touching speech for its inspiration to start more people to join the Toastmaster. All right, our next speaker is our first MCs, Ms. Valerie Chow. She's a 360 marketeer and business leader, driving brands and growth in the force. She's a passionate speaker on marketing, career pivots, leadership, and personal branding. An Amazon bestseller author in the book, Shaken, Stir, but Not Deter, in which she shares her career pivot story. She has trained many to improve self-promotion and confidence through her I'm Remarkable workshop. The title of her speech is Own Your Voice. Let us welcome Valerie Chow. Thank you, Lloyd.
My fellow changemaker and friends, what a powerful gathering this has been, yes? Correct? It's always inspiring to be among all, coming together to bring your voice and hearts to make a change. Let me ask, have you ever worked so hard in your job or project, thinking your efforts would speak for themselves, only to realize they didn't? I'm a marketer. I promoted my products so well, but not for myself. And that had hampered my career progression. I thought my bosses could see all the marketing activities that I did, the events, the ads, the sales. Seeing is believing, I thought. But that wasn't enough. I soon realized the power lies in speaking up and owning your voice. The epiphany moment came when I attended an I Am Remarkable workshop. I had to write down all my remarkable stories. And there I sat thinking, what did I do that was so remarkable at all? I sat there for 1 hour and I couldn't even write to fill up an A4 paper. Then we were asked to speak up about our stories. I was shy, embarrassed even that. I have nothing remarkable to share. One lady spoke and she said she was the first person in her family to graduate with a degree. Another lady shared about her accomplishment of working under tremendous pressure. I was inspired by their stories. And they were quite similar to mine too. And that made me realize the tremendous power of speaking up to share your stories. So, did I, overnight, start speaking up and owning my story? Well, it took me a while to get started. Do you know what is the main reason people hesitate to speak up to share about their accomplishments to others? Any guesses from the audience here today?
Fear.
Fear, yes, one of them. Any other guesses? Shy, yes. These are all valid reasons. Research has shown that 80% of people hesitate to share about their successes to others because they don't want to be seen bragging. That was how I felt. And growing up in the Asian society, self-promotion is not widely practiced. I had to change this mindset to embark my journey in building up my voice. And so I started speaking as well as writing on my achievements at work to my bosses and peers. I wanted to build my credibility. I wanted to make them trust me more. And I wanted to grow my presence. And I succeeded. And next, I also started to write on LinkedIn. I share about my thought leadership on marketing. And the more I write, the more my thoughts flow, the stronger my voice became. And over time, my posts were even featured on LinkedIn News too. That boosted my confidence. That made me affirm my belief, the power of writing and owning your voice. To share about yourself and grow your own brand. And that became important when I transitioned from a corporate world to solo consulting. I had built up my strong voice and brand to stand on myself, not defined by any title or any organization. And ladies and gentlemen, that's the power of owning your voice. And finally, I found avenues to train up my voice. I took up Keynote Women Speakers training program for a whole year. Went through two very stressful auditions and was accepted into the Keynote Women Speakers directory. All in the crazy year of COVID itself. I'm still part of a community of women speakers who learn and support one another. And last year, I joined Toastmasters, which opened even more avenues for me to build up my voice. Plus, stepping up to speak wherever opportunities arise, such as today, World Speech Day. So, today, I stand before you to tell my story from the day I didn't, but today I did. The 3 ways I had built up my voice: making myself visible by speaking and writing at work, using LinkedIn to grow my brand, and training to build up my voice. So my fellow change makers and friends, my call to you today is continue to build up your voice. Take action on it. Continue to speak and write. Continue to grow your brand. And continue to own your voice. Thank you.
What an inspiring speech to own your voice. All right, our next speaker is Mr. Ling Kian Yin. He is a novice public speaker with compassion for the world. This fuels his unwavering commitment to helping others. The title of his speech is A Tiny Habit. Let us welcome Ling Kian Yin.
I have a peculiar habit. It's very rare, especially in the world overflow with abundance. Businesses don't like this habit. It leads to lower sales. Marketers spend millions, even billions, trying to convince us to abandon it. It may not boost the economy, but it's a gift to the environment. My peculiar habit is simple, yet when we embrace this together, we will make the positive change. Ladies and gentlemen, if you ever have lunch or dinner with me, you will notice something peculiar. My plate is always clean. Every single bite, every glance of rice, every last drop of soup, I will finish it all. I'm not picky. I eat everything, whether it is delicious or just a simple meal. Of course, unless it tastes absolutely awful. Then what is my peculiar habit? I don't waste food. But I don't just stop there. I'm being mindful of what I consume. I pay attention to the portion, to the ingredient, to what I truly enjoy. I order what I can consume and consume what I order. I strongly believe that the buffet restaurant owner will love customers like me. Unfortunately, customers like me don't like buffet. However, those around me, my family and friends, don't always share this habit. There are always leftovers on their plate, especially the rice and vegetable. I respect their choice. After all, they pay for their food. I can't help but keep wondering, what if we see food differently? Ladies and gentlemen, why do I have this peculiar habit? One word, gratitude. I see food as more than just something to consume. I see beyond my plate. I see the unseen hands that make my meal possible. I appreciate the chef, especially my mom, who prepared my meal with love and care. I respect the farmer who worked under the sun, growing crop and raising livestock. I see even deeper. I acknowledge the nature, the soil, the water, every element that make life flourish. When we embrace this mindset, we stop wasting food. Not only to save money, but because we start to appreciate it. Ladies and gentlemen, now you might wondering, how does my peculiar habit make a difference in this world? You are right. One person's habit won't change the world. But what if we embrace this habit together? Let's think about this. Many of today's environmental problems aren't caused by one single major event, but the tiny and negative habit that we practice collectively. Air pollution isn't caused by one person driving or smoking. It happens because millions do it the same every day. Deforestation doesn't happen because one person used too much of paper. It is a result of a mass consumption over time. 1/3 of the man-made greenhouse gas emission is linked to the food. Majority of that come from the food that we wasted. Now, why don't we reverse this habit? We can't change the government policy overnight, but we can stop wasting food now. We can't stop manufacturing for overproducing, but we can be mindful of what we consume. We can't force others to do the same, but we can transform ourselves and inspire those around us. When we embrace this habit or mindset, we will create a positive change. My peculiar habit is simple. I respect my food. I don't waste it. Hence, one clean plate at a time. Thank you. Over to you, Roy.
What inspiring stories. One habit by an individual can make a difference to the world. It's a very good speech. All right, our next speaker is Mr. Vincent Su. He's a relation coach with 20 years of marriage under his belt. He helps individuals and couples cultivate genuine self-expression and build authentic relationship. The title of his speech is Becoming a Better Man for a Better World. Let us welcome Vincent Su. Thank you.
I have something to confess. I was not a good husband in my early 20s. I believe here most of them are men, yeah? And welcome men in the room. Yeah. How many of you have experienced or witnessed family violence? And how many of you have been hit by your father with a leather belt? And how many of you have been bullied by your classmate? And this happened all to me when I was a child, a teenage boy. Let me share a bit about my own stories. I grew up in a family witnessing how my father physically abused my mother. She hit my mother, pulled her hair, and even slammed her head against the wall. And that was when I was just a small kid. I was helpless. I could not do anything about it. And same to my siblings. I have 2 siblings, my brothers and my sisters. We could not do anything about it. Of course, when I grow up, I start to defend my mom. I even took the courage to call the police to have my father arrested for the first time. In school, I was being bullied by my classmate. How many of you have heard your friends calling you rabbit or Bugs Bunny? You know what I mean? Yeah. Back then, I was having the 2 buff teeth. Yeah. And rabbit, I mean, yeah, since primary school. Even recently, when I met up with my secondary school classmate, they called me rabbit. Yeah, so familiar. Yeah. But it doesn't bother me anymore. And of course, other than that, my younger brothers, I had a younger brother. He died of leukemia at the age of 9. And I was only 19 years old. My parents did not talk about it. The pain that we went through, all silence. Nobody talked about our feelings. And as an introvert, I was struggling. I couldn't share my thoughts. I couldn't share my feelings to any others. And that's me. And of course, moving forward, I asked myself, I have no role model. Who can I learn from? And I start searching for role models at the age of 20s. And thank God, I managed to find quite a number of role models in my journey of my life. Yeah. And at the age of early 20s, I got to know my wife. Back then, my first girlfriend, and today, she's my wife for 28 years, coming to 29, yeah, with just one woman in my life. But you know, as I did not have role models for my father, I learned from my father, yeah, anger. I was a very angry man back then. And we have constant fight, even get into physical fight sometimes. What can I do? I don't know. I don't know how to handle marriage. Nobody taught me about it. Of course, I will not ask my mentor how to manage a marriage. I mean, being guys, yeah, face value. I just learn on my own, read out books, taking courses. And to a point that my wife even want to ask for a divorce. And it's my wake-up call. I ask myself, if I don't do anything about it, what will happen to my marriage? And I decide to change one thing. And that's the journey of my marriage. We are celebrating 29th wedding anniversary in this year, December 28th. And of course, you ask me, wow, I mean, with the coming to 29 marriage, what can you learn about it? As to become a better husband. I learned from nothing. Yeah? And as you know that, I witnessed abuse, experienced abuse, grief, bullied. All are these things that who are going to teach me to become a better husband? But I learned. I did not give up. And there are 4 things that I would like to share with you based on my own journey as a professional coach and counselor, therapy, and as well as my own traumatic experiences in my childhood. The first thing is about awareness. Are you aware that what we are thinking, what we are feeling? And I have to say that based on my own experience, yeah, I did not know that my traumatic experience have effects my marriage. I didn't know that. Yeah. Until I took out the course of my master in counseling. There's a module on trauma, yeah, and then I realized that, oh wow, so that's it. Yeah. And of course, second will be acceptance, accept for who I am, the good, the bad, and the ugly. Third is about attunement. Attunement, what is attunement? Attunement is to make a conscious effort to show your love and care and address to my partner's need, which is my wife's emotional needs. And last thing, of course, is attachment. Attachment to connect with my wife, and we spend a lot of personal time, couple time, yeah, and to build the relationship, build this marriage. And with that, I would like to tell everyone here, let us begin to become and to learn to be a good husband and wife. And with that, thank you very much.
Thank you, Vincent, for sharing these tips on how to become a better man for a better world. Our next speaker is Ms. Tan Mei Yan. She's a veteran Toastmaster who joined YMCA Toastmaster Club more than 10 years. She retired in January 2020 After working for SingHealth for 20 years, she joined the Crohn's and Colitis Society, a registered charity in Singapore, as a volunteer for about 3 years. She recently took on the role as part-time administrator at CCSS. The title of her speech is Understand Crohn's Disease and Ulcerative Colitis to Build a More Inclusive Society. Let's welcome Ms. Tan Mei Yan.
Good morning, everyone, wherever you are. And I would like to talk about two conditions, Crohn's disease and ulcerative colitis. In Singapore and the different regions in Asia, these two diseases are not very well known. How many of you have heard of Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis? Many of us are not aware of it, including myself, until I met the founder and president of the Crohn's and Colitis Society, Ms. Didi Swarup. She shared with me her work and the fact that she herself is a patient with Crohn's disease, and she has set up this charity to provide support for other patients and their family members, especially parents of young children diagnosed with Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis. But what are these two diseases? They're essentially inflammatory bowel diseases, IBD. Very often you may confuse this with a much commoner condition that you may have already experienced with your colleagues or friends, and that is IBS, inflammatory irritable bowel syndrome. All right, I think that is a much more common issue. In the West, in countries like Europe and in the US, inflammatory bowel diseases are very common, and the extent of public awareness is very high. While Crohn's disease and ulcerative colitis are both inflammatory bowel diseases, they are different in the sense that they affect different parts of our gastrointestinal tract. Ulcerative colitis is confined to the rectum and the colon area, whereas for Crohn's disease, it can be any part of our gut, from the mouth to the rectum. And what are the symptoms that you can detect these two diseases by? Stomach ache, diarrhea, having to rush to the toilet sometimes 10, 20 times a day, not being able to eat properly because there are so many food that could irritate us and cause us to have diarrhea, vomiting, fever. Then you ask me, these are so common conditions. How can I be sure that I have inflammatory bowel diseases? About 3 to 5 years ago, it may take a very long time before you can be finally diagnosed and confirmed with inflammatory bowel diseases. And that's because, firstly, level of awareness is not there. Our doctors and clinicians are not tuned in to be sensitive. Very often they say, oh, if you have diarrhea, I'll give you diarrhea medicine. If your stomach ache, I'll give you gastritic medicine. And you can be going through cycles and cycles of ill health and don't know what to do because all the treatments don't seem to address your problem. However, Currently, the level of awareness is increasing, and we have more clinicians specializing in IBD. There are many gastroenterologists, but to be diagnosed, then how? What can I do to help myself and cooperate with my doctors? The most important thing is that you must be self-aware. Now, every one of us is different. We are individuals. Our genetic makeup are different. We can go for genetic tests to find out whether we have Crohn's disease predisposition, but that doesn't help because not everybody with a predisposition to a particular disease, as you all well know, like cancer, will get cancer. You need triggers. So what are the triggers? The key thing are two. Your diet, that is the food you take, and your mental state, how stressed you are. Around the world, there are millions suffering from IBD. In Singapore alone, there are about 3,000 known cases of IBD. And the worrying thing is the number of young children diagnosed with IBD is on the climb. Why? I'm sure when we were young, we did not know about these diseases, and we never hear about people suffering from these diseases. The consequences for IBD patients who do not get diagnosed and the disease deteriorate is intestinal blockage. And this would lead to the need for resection surgery where they have to cut off a part of your intestine. And depending on the part of the intestine that has to be taken out to remove that blockage and rejoin your intestines, you may have other conditions developing. So it is very important for us, if we suspect that we have, whether it is IBS or IBD, to consult a gastroenterologist early. Speak out, share it, because many of us are very shy. We don't want to talk about our bowel conditions, right? We are afraid people will be laughing at you, and we need to raise the level of public awareness so that our colleagues, our classmates will not think that we are strange. We are weird because we keep on running to the bathroom, and we need to avoid physical exercises because we are so fatigued all the time, and we can't eat properly because we are afraid that the food will cause us to have diarrhea. What are we going to do? Today, you can reach out to the Crohn's Colitis Society, where I am a volunteer, to seek guidance, speak to other patients and other caregivers, parents who have this condition and are living with it. The issue really is that we need to be more aware and understanding of the conditions that we have. I would like to call upon all of us, therefore, to be more understanding, reach out and help those who are less fortunate than ourselves. Help people living with Crohn's disease and ulcerative colitis. Thank you.
Thank you, Mian, for sharing an inspiring an experience which will also cause us to be aware of what the diseases is and what we can do about it. Right, our next speaker is Mr. Justin Killard. He's a proud YMCA Toastmaster member and Vice President of Public Relations of the club. The title of his speech is How the World Can Be a Better Place Than What It Is. Let's welcome Justin Kellogg.
Ladies and gentlemen, on this World Speech Day today, the 15th of March 2025, I want to share my voice with all of you here today. Because we're living in a crisis around the world where there are many issues happening, from trade wars to wars that's happening between Ukraine and Russia that's been happening for so long, that's caused impact in our economies, family maybe having relationship issues because of not being able to pay the bills, job losses, working, many people having to lose jobs with the economy going down. But I'm here to share my voice about my experience and journey through this navigation of this new world we're living in right now. And I'm going to touch on 3 points, starting with friends, family, and also the world. Let me start off by starting off with friends. I know of friends out there that are constantly looking for work and are having issues right now in this struggling economy. It is important that we work together to help one another. If we are in a job, try sharing any positive impact you can make, whether it's opportunities you know that might be suited for your friend. In these times, when you help one another, good things can happen for not only just the individual, but it can also make a positive impact on you, because you, as the individual, will feel that you will be making a difference. Number 2, by also building and collaborating on ideas, there might be opportunities that you and friends are able to look for work and maybe perhaps start a own business company, venturing into a business. Now, some of you might say, this is really the most worst idea to start a business in an economy so bad right now. Yeah, I agree. I personally agree. But if you put your mind and effort to it and know what business you're building that will help people out there, that might be other businesses you work with, or for people to be accessing your brand, whether it's customers on retail basis, for example, you can have a successful business, which I'm sure has been seen by many young entrepreneurs. The key here is don't give up. I want to touch on the other point right now, which is going into family. Many families struggling with this economy right now. I know it's very tough for many. I see in the news back in Australia, for example, where I'm based in and working in, when I compare to my home here in Singapore, there are many people out there struggling, and I see people when I commute to work in Australia, there's some growing number of people on the streets because of job losses, which relates back to what I touched on just then. I know for families it's tough, but remember one thing, as a family, you can all do it together, trying your very best to work with the family together in whatever way is possible by staying positive. When you stay positive, you can be able to make a difference to your family and maybe for other people out there. So don't give up hope, would be my message I want to share with two families out there struggling. especially here in Singapore, during this hard time of crisis in this bad economy. And finally, the world right now, as we see a massive impact with the US causing big issues. And look, let's be frank, we all know who it is. It is indeed President Trump right now causing disastrous issues by making unwanted problems for his country as well as for everywhere else. I'm not going to hide the name. I could have not mentioned the name, but we all know it's in the news every day for the last few weeks since he's come into power. And what I want to say is this. Whatever he does right now, you can always ignore this because it will not last forever. You can always stand your ground and have your voice shared, whether it's here today at World Speech Day, by sharing your concerns out there. Share your voice, spread the positive message that should be out there in promoting a message that can really change the perspective of people's minds right now that might be poisoned and influenced by wrong media news floating around on social media that is not being delivered in the right way. Share your voice. Also at the same time, have some facts on the side so that it can make you more better in whatever you deliver, your voice and positive impact message. But indeed, times are rough, but together, as we work together around the world, doesn't matter which country, we can all together make a better place for a better world. That's how the world can be a better place than what it is, by working together. And as I end on this, I want to leave you with a quote. Don't give up, but keep going. Thank you, and that is my message I'd like to share on World Speech Day.
Thank you, Justin, for sharing his story. Our next speaker is Douglas Rabinako. He's the type who is ready to speak to the world about the truth in different ways. Life is beautiful, and believing that it will physically happen to everyone one day. The title of his speech, Rising to Self-Confidence. Let's welcome Douglas Rabinako. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. 20 over years. 20 over years. It took me 20 over years to get a stage to talk to you, and to you. Good morning, my name is Douglas. It's so wonderful to see you all today. And the topic I'm going to talk to you about is self-confidence. What is self-confidence? Self-confidence is actually you. You make your life. You make your life to be wonderful, and you make everybody's life to be wonderful. Self-confidence. Let me just give you a small story about self-confidence. 20 over years ago, I'm an entertainer. I love to entertain people. So in every function I go to, you'll see me the loudest. I'll be entertaining people. I'll make you laugh. I'll make your boring function happy. Why? Because I had self-confidence. I could talk, I could dance, I could sing, I could make anybody happy. So as time was going and going and going, I was getting famous. Every function you'll see me. No function you'll not see me. Unless I don't know you. If you know me, you will call me. So what happened actually? One day, I had a small divorce. Just my own divorce. Nobody's divorce. My divorce. And a divorce of mine made people judge me. People started judging me for a divorce, which no one had the time to ask me, what went wrong? Why? Anything we can help you with? Nah. Everyone is so clever, everyone comes to conclusion. Wow, This guy must have done something. This guy must have done something. But this guy took his 2 children, and brought them up. But no one had the time to ask. So, as per normal, functions kept coming, and I was invited to few functions. And I could see, those days when I used to say something, people used to listen. And they used to follow, and everything went quite very well for them. But as time went, after my divorce, when I went for functions, I could see people just hi duck, and they were just moving. My words were not heard. I could so clearly feel that people were just moving away and away because they concluded my life. So, as I saw people moving away from me who were always there for me, my confidence level just kept dropping. I had people that time, now I have nobody. Why are people moving away? I don't know why. No one wants to talk to me. So a guy who was like this with self-confidence suddenly started just dropping. And shit, I'm so sorry. I was not invited anymore. I was not in functions. I was nowhere. I was inside my house, inside my 4 walls, sitting down, thinking, what has happened? Why have people not called me? And I had no calls, no one to talk to, no one came to see me. It was just gone. Douglas was gone in an instant. For my divorce, I was gone for an instant, for no rhyme reason. And from nowhere, suddenly, one angel came. She said, Doug, do you believe in yourself? Yes. Okay, I'll help you. You go and take courses. So I started taking courses after courses after courses after courses. I took so much of courses until slowly I built up my own self-confidence, which I've lost inside 4 walls. And do you know where it brought me today? Today, it brought me on a stage. World Speech Day. And I'm giving a speech of self-confidence, which I've lost and which I've gained back. And I am proud to tell you, if you are not going to give yourself a chance, if you are not going to believe in yourself, no one is going to believe you. You are the pride of yourself and you are the pride of your family. It's you who can bring your family up. No one can help you with that. Today, on being on this wonderful stage today, World Speech Day, let me just tell you something. If you don't know yourself, no one is going to know you. No husband is going to go to another husband and say, can you teach me how to be a husband, please? No wife is going to go to a wife and say, can you teach me how to be a wife, please? Come on. It's you. The status you are going to get in your life is what you are going to make it up to be. You can be a great husband, you can be a great wife, you can be a great child, you can be a great teacher. You can be great in anything you want if you believe in yourself. Only if you believe in yourself, others are going to believe in yourself. Does that make sense? If you have no trust in yourself, sorry to say, no one is going to trust you. Understand? I built my strength. And as I saw so many years of me being hidden inside 4 walls, there are so many stories the world need to know. The first one I came up with is self-confidence because that's where I am today. And as more and more stories are going to come up when the stages are given to me to talk, trust me, you will feel there's so much of pain in this world, which only names which are highlighted are always on the screens and on the radios and TVs. But those who are hidden below in pain, no one is there to bring them up. I had an angel to bring me up. So today, I want to be the angel, the world to hear, everyone to hear. The truth is a truth. Come on. No one can hide the truth. It's just that no one has the guts to talk about the truth. Today, my self-confidence is, I want you to know, if you believe in yourself, you will come up. If you don't, no one is going to bother about you because everyone has their own life, and this is my life. From here, I came here. Now from here, I'm going to go there. And I need your support on that. Thank you very much. Good morning.
Thank you, Douglas, for sharing your story on how he rise to self-confidence after his divorce and motivate us that we should always believe in ourselves. All right, let us call our next MC for the third batch, Miss Josephine Tan. Miss Josephine, thank you.
Thank you, Loy. Very good afternoon to every one of you here. Right, so let us, without further ado, our next speaker, he runs an AI marketing company, which is also doing AI program development. He's been fascinated by the benefits of public speaking for years. The title of his speech is How to Become a Millionaire. Let us give a welcome to Stanley Mack.
Thank you. Do I need this? Yes. Ladies and gentlemen, I just want to ask you a question. Do you want to be a millionaire or multimillionaire in Singapore? If you are interested, raise your hands. Great. As a matter of fact, in Singapore, if you own a public housing flat, you are already a millionaire nowadays. So you have to really make more than $1 million in order to become really a multimillionaire in Singapore. As a matter of fact, I'm going to share with you some of the tips to identify people who will be able to make a lot of wealth and keep it that way. From time to time, when you come across people who are giving you certain types of traits, that will give you a sense that, hey, this person is going to be really rich. There are certain traits that are available. If you identify the traits of people like that within your community, within your friends, or in yourself, you can be assured that prosperity is on its way to you. Congratulations. As a matter of fact, a lot of people keep saying that there are so many different ways to make money, to become wealthy, but I only share with you 5. And in my opinion, these 5 traits are very important. Pay attention. If you want to take note, please do so. The first trait that all the successful people and wealthy people do is to break out from their existing environment. When they feel that the environment stifles their potential, they would not stay there, and they will take action right away to get out from their environment. If they are these people are surrounded by a lot of what we call mediocre people, they will get out and move to another group, because the environment will make you rich, make you succeed. The second trait, which is also very important for people who are really successful and wealthy, is the idea of taking action fast. Whenever they have a plan, they will take action without any hesitations. Of course, they will think through all the issues, but they wouldn't hesitate, number one. Number two, they wouldn't go around to ask for opinions from different people. Different opinions can only drag the process of the project or the plan. It will drain your energy and delay the process. That's why successful people, rich people, normally take decision and action very fast. Number 3, think about this. Most of the wealthy people don't really have a lot of pride. Why? Without success, without wealth, pride is nothing, it's worthless. That's why whenever they need help, they'll go around to ask for help. And they wouldn't feel that, oh, it is no good to ask for help from someone. But it is important. When they ask for help, they will be able to learn. And learning is so important in our life. And all these successful people, wealthy people, they do have a habit, which is what we call daily learning. You have to know that learning will broaden our perspectives. I used to read a lot every single day, but now learning takes a different way. Every day, I make it a point to learn from videos. I spend minimum 1.5 hours every single day to learn new things through YouTube or WeChat. Because I'm effective bilingual, I have no problems with all these videos. You cannot imagine this. In my opinion, learning is a critical habit of all those people who are wealthy and successful. The fourth point, which is very important too, is to dress up. When you really dress up for the occasion, you have more confidence. People will feel that you are by far more confident, more successful than the others. And then you will make an impact on them. The last point, in my opinion, is also very important, especially today, is the World Speech Day. The fifth trait is that all wealthy and successful people can speak very well. Look around among all of us, among the successful entrepreneurs as well as politicians. Tell me, they are all excellent speakers, aren't they? They can really present themselves very well, influencing all the people around them. They inspire them. They will feel that, wow, this is really a leader. So it is important for us to practice public speaking to make sure that whenever we speak, people listen. Now that wraps up the 5 points, but I would like to add one more point before I close. That is a personal view on this. I really feel that life is an exciting and enjoyable journey. I'm determined to live in this way. Every single day, I learn new things, a little bit of new things. Ultimately, at the end of the day, I believe that I can really reach the top of the world. With that, I want you to remember my name, Stanley Monk. And I'm an AI enthusiast. I'm a sort of evangelist of AI because that will change the whole world. It's already happening. With that, thank you very much.
Stanley, thank you. Well, thank you for the tips, and we must start taking action. Millionaire within reach. So let us welcome our next speaker. After a 30-year career as a global business executive, opening markets and developing business worldwide, and a subsequent decade as a business professor, he embarked on a new venture. Fluent in English, Mandarin, and Japanese, and deeply knowledgeable in Asian culture and history. This 76-year-old leverages his extensive experience in market development and business education to create a cloud-based portal. This portal uses business simulations and AI to deliver online training in operations, management, and business acumen. The title of his speech is The New World Order. Let us welcome Mr. Chin Kok Wing.
Hello world and friends present in this studio. I have a question. Who is this one celebrity that is on the new 24 hours a day, 7 days a week now? Mr. Trump. And what is the event, or is now the talking point of the world that is also 24/7 now? Try to guess? It's the ceasefire in the war between Ukraine and Russia. Okay, now let me ask another question. Who do you think started this war? I'll give you a few choices. China. How about USA?
Russia, Ukraine. Which one do you think started this war? All right, now let me tell you a little bit what I know. The war, obviously, started 3 years ago. This something called incursion and invasion or special military operation by Russia into Ukraine. But that was not the beginning. The beginning will have to go back some 8 years when two of the regional oblasts decided that they want independence because they can't stand the regime because they are trying to destroy the Russian and the Russian culture. They want to drive this Russian in the Donbass back to Russia. So it is 8 years back. But no. Then we talk about the Maidan, the revolution that drove out a president that was close to Russia and bring in another president that is anti-Russia. But no, you got to go back 30 years when President Bill Clinton actually signed off a secret project that decided to usurp Russia. And then the next 30 years, you have the global or the eastern expansion of NATO. So it's very, very, very complicated, this war. And so you can say one of the both choices I gave, except China maybe. But then we also don't know if China also features somewhere secretly in that last 30 years. For instance, had China not made friends with USA but because of Nixon, then China will be in the camp of Russia, and then things will be different. There may be no collapse of USSR, and then everything else will not happen. Okay, now ceasefire. Do you think there will be ceasefire in the next 100 days? 6 months? Maybe 6 years? Right. Now also let me share what I know. I don't think there will be ceasefire, because this ceasefire is supposedly brokered by someone called Donald Trump, who loves trade war. And with that kind of attitude, you think he can broker this ceasefire? I seriously doubt. He only wants to show that he is so powerful, he can order anybody to do anything. So far, he has already bullied Ukraine into submission. And I don't know why, for asking Ukraine to go for a ceasefire, he has to own all the treasures, the land in the Ukraine. And I also don't understand why, he has to want to own the land of Greenland and own the the Panama, the canal. Okay, so I don't think this ceasefire will happen. But okay, finally, what would be the conditions? I think peace will happen, and the ceasefire, of course, be the first state. It is when people in the world don't look for enemies. And I think, all this happening in the last 30 years up to this point is because someone, somewhere, is always looking for an enemy. And that enemy that was being identified is Russia. And who are looking for enemy? USA and most of the EU countries. And not forget, there's now a new enemy, and China. So I am not very pessimistic. Ceasefire, not going to happen. Peace will take a long, long time. For that, thank you for listening.
Thank you, Mr. Chin. That was insightful. And our next speaker, he is an IT professional as well as a Toastmaster with over 10 years of experience delivering speeches and undertaking evaluations. He believes in continuous learning. The title of his speech is Hope for Tomorrow. Let us welcome Kalof Prem.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Kalof Prem. I'm here at World Speech Day. Imagine waking up tomorrow and thinking what hope is. Because to me, hope is not just a word. It is a way of life. And as we gather here today on World Speech Day, let us reflect on how we can live behind a better world. Now, what is hope? Hope is not a simple word. It is a powerful force, a change agent. It enables us to fuel our dreams, to change lives, and it's so very important. But what is the central idea on where hope can begin? It begins with you and me. It begins in our community, in our villages, perhaps. And it is this kind of hope that inspires us to take action and to make this a better world. But what is this central idea about hope? Many people think that, look, I hope for a better tomorrow and I'm going to wait for tomorrow. No, you don't wait for tomorrow. You start it right now. You start it in the present, because it is here that we should take action so that tomorrow it becomes better. So hope is a powerful force. You know, look around us. Hope has caused or led to groundbreaking discoveries. It has transformed lives. It has caused social revolutions and a whole host of other things. It all begins with a 4-letter word, and I must say it's a very good 4-letter word, H-O-P-E, hope. Now, I want to share with you 2 experiences to put this into reality, which I think a lot of us would be able to go about achieving if we put our heart and mind to it. And it's not expensive. It is not expensive at all. The first experience I want to share with regards to hope is, when I was a child, I had always hoped to be able to play a musical instrument. And so I thought about it. I formalized the plan in my head. I worked at it. And I started reading up on books. But as we all know, if you hope to play a musical instrument, you can't read about it. You can't think about it. You need to take action. You need to do something about it. And fortunately, today, we live in a world filled with artificial intelligence. And so what I'm saying is not let the robot play the musical instrument, but get artificial intelligence to help you play the piano so that your rate of success will be faster. Where something would have taken 1 year to accomplish, you can speed it up maybe in 3 months, 3 to 6 months. And I'm not just talking about playing a musical instrument, but also being able to read the notes. So a few months ago, I started my journey from hope. Tomorrow, I took action today. And I can comfortably say that I can play a couple of songs Perfect by Ed Sheeran, Stand By Me, reading the musical notes, and creating some sort of excitement. And my hope is one day I want to give performances for free to make it a better world, because who doesn't like music? All of us love to listen to music. And if you can play the piano, wow, that's fantastic. The second experience that I want to talk to you today is I had a hope of being able to defend myself in any situation. And so I had this great hope that, I could be like Bruce Lee. I could be like some taekwondo specialist, but no. I took something straightforward. I said, Kalof will learn boxing. And I took up boxing. I signed up with a gym, and it was tiring. I had a hope, but I put it into action, and I'm doing it now because I want to create a better world, and one day I want to teach people, maybe children, how to box, because it's such a valuable skill. I'm not learning boxing because I want to go out there and fight with people. I'm learning boxing so that I'll be able to protect myself, my family, my friends, in unexpected situations at any time. So I find that boxing is something that is going to be very effective. So let me summarize what I'm trying to say today, or what I've spoken today on World Speech Day. Today I'm given an opportunity to address kind of the world. And I'm promoting hope. And I've shared with you 2 experiences of hope. And as we all know, hope has created revolutions. Hope has created groundbreaking discoveries. And hope has accomplished a lot of things. I've shared my personal experience with boxing and with learning the piano to show to you that instead of waiting for tomorrow, you take action now in the present and do something about it. So folks, let us all embody the hope that will change the world and make it a better world. Back to you, Toastmaster. Back to you.
Thank you, Kalof. Thank you for the wonderful speech. Yes, and the World Speech Day, this is the platform where with hope we reach out to more people and to make this place a better place. Our next speaker, he is a finance professional who loves to tell stories. The title of his speech is Finding Superpowers. Let us welcome Nikhil Hall-Walker.
Immature, impractical, impossible. That is what people said to me when I told them about my dreams. Have you ever noticed that when you tell somebody your dreams and they want you to give it up, they will tell you to grow up, be practical? But ladies and gentlemen and friends, I had a dream. I wanted to be a superhero. So I waited for my powers to manifest. And I waited for a long time. And nothing happened. So I decided to take matters in my hand. I found the biggest tree in my yard and climbed it. Years ago, I had realized that I don't have the vertical flying skills of Superman. So I thought, let's try horizontal skills. So I reached up the tallest branch, stretched out my arms, bent my knees, and was just about to take off and conquer the world and win the earth. When the earth won. The earth displayed its superpower of gravity, and the branch broke and I fell down. My mother came rushing towards me. Instead of picking me up, she picked up the branch and gave me a reality check. Be practical, she said. You're not going to be Superman. But I had a dream. I wanted to be a superhero. I wanted to be extraordinary. And I thought, if I cannot fly like Superman, maybe I can swing like Spider-Man. So I started collecting spiders in my neighborhood, in my house, in my school. Very soon I had a big jar full of spiders. And I used to every day put my hand in that jar and encourage those spiders to bite me. But the spiders were just like me. They were very friendly and they did not bite. But one day my brothers discovered my jar of spiders and promptly informed my mother. After that, every time I came home, my bag, my pockets were checked. I was so furious with my brothers for spilling my secrets and stopping me from becoming a superhero that I seethed, I raved, I raged. And I thought muscles would pop up out of my shirts and I will become like Hulk. But I realized soon that was impossible. And I gave up my dreams. In other words, I just grew up. And I started doing things which grown-ups start to do. I immersed myself in my studies. I completed my graduation in commerce, did my chartered accountancy, then completed my graduation in law, then went and did certified internal audit. And then I couldn't stop myself and I did my MBA from a premium B school. And all this I just did as an ordinary thing. But one day, a mentor commented to me, your ability to learn, your curiosity, and your willingness to apply all your learnings in your life is a superpower. Nurture it. And I was like, what? This is not a superpower. This is ordinary. Anybody can do this. And that's when I realized that sometimes ordinary is extraordinary. I started looking for ordinary things around me which people are doing and trying to find the extraordinary in that. I looked at my mother and I realized her superpower is nurturing. The branch she gave me a reality check with, she had put it in the ground and made it into a tree. Just like she nurtured me and my brothers and brought us in life to be successful after my father died. My elder brother, who stopped me with the spiders, is very good at calming babies. Every time you put a crying baby in his arms, he's able to calm it down and put it to sleep. My younger brother is compassionate towards animals. He takes care of animals and stray dogs around his locality. And my wife, she has a very unique superpower. She remembers numbers and all my mistakes. She's able to remember all the numbers without using mobile phones, whether it be phone numbers, credit card numbers, or bank balances. And when it comes to my mistakes, she doesn't forget anything. My daughter is yet to discover her superpower, but I see a lot of empathy and compassion growing in her. And I'm sure one day she will also find her superpowers. Ladies and gentlemen, my dear friends who have dreams, today I want to leave you with a message that we are so focused sometimes inherently on our own dreams, trying to be extraordinary, forgetting all the ordinary things which make us extraordinary. Today, I would challenge you to find that superpower not only in yourself, but in people around you. Because that's when true growth happens. Every superhero is not super only because of his superpowers and ability, but also because the special set of people who are around him, who nurture him, who take care of him, who worship him, and applaud him. If you can't be a superpower, at least try to be a person who is around that superpower. Look at your friends, look at your family members. Try to think of what ordinary things they do which make them extraordinary. And that's how we will discover that we all have superpowers and everybody is extraordinary. Over to you.
Thank you, Nikhil. Thank you. When I was young, Wonder Woman is my superhero. Now I learned I can be superhero too. You can. Yes. All right, our next speaker. In 2000, a young amateur speaker participated in a speech marathon at the YMCA. He persevered. 25 years later, he returned to YMCA for a second time. The title of his speech is The Art of Letting Go. Let us welcome Halim Siddique.
Good afternoon, everybody. Indeed, today is a very wonderful day, and I'm very grateful to be invited here to join the World Speech Day. This is, in fact, a far cry from my previous experience 25 years ago, where we, as YMCA, organized the speech marathon, which lasted 24 hours. Let me ask you a question. Have you ever had a regretful moment in your life that you wish never happened? and you wish you could turn back time. I'm sure almost every one of us have experienced that before, and you wish you have never made that mistake. So let me tell you a story. 25 years ago, I was part of a debating team, and together with my coach and my team members, we enrolled into the speech marathon, the first ever speech marathon in Singapore to be endorsed by the Guinness Book of Records. Wow, amazing. So being young, naive, and immature, we really got excited at the moment when we were participating into this inaugural event. And being immature, the moment in time where I came out on stage, I wanted to tell the world what I had to say. Being young and hot-blooded, I wanted everyone to hear and listen to me. So I did something that I regretted till to this day. And this is something that I wish I would never done. When my name was called, Halim, please come on stage right now. I did what I thought would be the last thing that will ever happen to me. I stood up like a peacock, strutted myself. If I were a peacock, I would have been preening my feathers right now. And I look around. Wow, look at all those people. But they were not paying attention at me. They were busy eating. The buffet was sumptuous. They were talking animated among themselves. And even some people were nodding, of course, after 24 hours. So I was thinking on my feet, what should I do, Halim? I need people to get and listen to me right now. And I did this. I shouted, "Ah!" For the first word that came out from my mouth was a shout. And true enough, I got their attention, just like how I'm getting your attention right now. And everybody was looking at me. There was a deafening silence, and it was an awkward silence. I turned my friends and my coach into an orange peel. They cringe. They cringe in a fear, and also the ability to not associate with me. They wanted to dissociate with me and cover their face. They were embarrassed at me. I felt like the world should have swallowed me up whole. I wanted to run off the stage. But I continued with my speech. I could hear people coughing, almost choking. Someone was saying, "Ayo, 吓死我." But I persevered. And after my speech ended, I realized that I'm not going to speak again. But I didn't do it. Because 25 years on, I went to more public speaking events. I went to speaking in Toastmasters. I visited speaking activities. And I wanted to upgrade myself and make myself a better person. A person who is more confident in his ability to speak to others and connect heart to each and every one of you. And that is what I did. And do you know what? How I did it is by letting go. And what I did was to be able, okay, come on guys, okay, let's do it together. Shall we do it together? Let it go, okay? I know all of you must have had your own previous memories and events. I would like you guys to do this with me, including those of you at home. Okay, close your eyes. Close your eyes. Okay, remember the first event that you have regretted. Okay, for disclaimer for those who have owed money to others, please do not do this activity because you still need to pay money, okay? Don't let go of yourself for that. Okay, close your eyes and breathe. Get that feeling that's right inside your heart, that memory that constantly disturbs you, that event that hurts you, and breathe in. Feel it coming from your heart, through your throat, and breathe out. Feel it exiting through your body, guys, and let it out through your mind and heart. And tell yourself, call your name, Halim. And each and every one of you here, call your own name and tell yourself, I forgive you. I forgive you, Halim, for making that mistake. And you deserve better. And you will be better. Now open your eyes. Do you feel a slight tinge of improvement in how you feel? Let it out, guys. I can see some of you may be tearing for your past mistakes. Forgive yourself, because that's not what you are, and you did not want that to happen. Ladies and gentlemen, the key to moving on from your life, memories, negative memories, is to let it go and forgive yourself. Thank you.
Thank you, Halim. Thank you. It's a good experience. Forgive and remember to love ourselves too. Our next speaker, he is a member of the Toastmasters Club of Singapore. He likes to share ideas that can make a difference. The title of his speech is 2 Minutes. Let us welcome Chandra Prakash Gupta.
How many of you have seen someone perform this kind of magic, where the ring does not fall through? I saw this. At a dinner table, a magician came to our table and he performed this trick. He let the ring pass. He did this and he just let the ring go and it stuck. It got stuck in the chain. He's a magician. And I started thinking, how do magicians really learn their magic? Can you tell me what comes to your mind? If you and me were to learn magic, how would we do it? The answer is simple, by practicing. Good magicians, or any magician, they practice their tricks so many times until they become confident to perform it. Then they perform it in front of a small audience, then a large audience. And why am I talking about magic here today? Yes, a good speech is nothing less than magic. After hearing a good speech, we often wonder, how did the speaker deliver it so well? How is it possible that every time Ernest comes on stage, he sets the stage on fire with his energy and enthusiasm? How do good speakers learn to speak well? What comes to your mind? The answer is simple, by practicing. Good speakers, they practice their speech so much that it becomes part of their nature to come on stage and say something meaningful. I used to be dead scared of water. I started learning swimming very late in life. And I'm proud to say today, I can swim in 4 feet of water. Can you give me some ideas? How can I swim in deeper waters? What comes to your mind? The answer is simple, by practicing. By practicing with a trainer, I can learn to swim in deep waters. and be part of the fun team. One of my very, very good friend, Adam Mason, he gave a very strong and powerful idea. He said, come onto this stage twice a month, in whichever role possible. Maybe you are arranging the meeting, maybe you are the MC, maybe you are a speaker, or you're helping someone to just arrange the stuff on the stage. Find a way to get onto the stage twice a month, practice speaking. That's how we learn bit by bit. It's just like swimming. You know, today I'm scared of water, very scared of water. I still remember that day. A couple of months later, I can not only swim, but I can learn to enjoy the whole experience and enjoy the whole experience of water. And the fear is completely gone. I was in a meeting once, and a very senior person walked onto the stage. He was a guest in one of our meetings. He must be around 60, so pretty young. And he said he used to be part of this public speaking club, but he stopped going there. And he said, if I would have continued in that club, I would be a very different person today. So I want to leave you all with this thought. How can we become better speakers? By practicing. Twice a month on stage. Thank you.
Thank you, Chandler.
Thank you.
Yes, practice makes perfect. Our next speaker, once a struggling ADHD student, he is now a proud Curtin master's degree graduate and former university lecturer at the East Asia Institute of Management and the Nanyang Institute of Management in both Singapore and China. His journey from rejection to resilience stands as a testament to overcoming challenges through unwavering faith, a commitment to education, and relentless determination. The title of his speech is Victory Over ADHD. Let us welcome Mr. Wang King Sing.
Thank you, everyone. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and my audience in the Northern Hemisphere, that is China. I stand before you today on a mission to make you all FCUK. Don't panic. It stands for funny, caring, understanding, and kind. I will make you all FCUK. I proudly declare and wear the title, the most wonderful Singaporean. I'm a member of Unlocking ADHD Support Community Singapore, the coolest town in Clark for brilliant, bursting, and sometimes buffing brains like mine. Let me ask you a question. Which part of your body is the most wonderful? Before cutting, I always think of my chest as a masterpiece. It's like a peacock. But after cutting and my ADHD journey, I realized the real answer is my brain. This is my brain. Yes, my hyperactive, always on, sometimes too creative brain, a framework show of thoughts and orchestra of ideas, a roller coaster of inspiration, and a friend on social media agree, who haven't unfollowed me. Isn't that wonderful? World Speech Day is all about celebrating what makes us unique, wonderful, unapologetic ourselves. Isn't that wonderful? What is ADHD really? I want to clear up. It is not advanced design hard disk or it is definitely not a disobedient, horrible daughter. ADHD stands for Attention Deficit Hyperactive Disorder, which basically means my brain is like 37 browser, all open, playing TikTok videos all the same time. I was diagnosed with ADHD at 10 years old, but my teachers had no clue what to do with me. While she's teaching, I was dancing on my seat, apate, pulling my classmate hair, turning my class teacher because I am a star comedian. It's so bad that they waved the white flag. I was sent to Institute of Mental Health. Then I was diagnosed, medicated, and put through behavior therapy. Basically, a reality boot camp for my brain. At home, my dad is a proud traditional Chinese father who refused to believe in ADHD. If I mention it, he threatened to disown me. Worse, he even wanted to kill me. So I bit my tongue. The only part of I could stay still. I tried to be obedient dad, son my dad wanted. As a neglected ADHD kid, I failed high school more times than I could count. Polytechnic, not a chance. University, not even my wildest dream. I had to settle for vocational school while my classmates moved on to better things. And my love life, even worse. No girls want to marry me. Maybe it was my ADHD honesty. Or maybe they were just really not for my level of authenticity. Either way, I was left single. Well, just remain single. I believe that two things totally wrecked my chances of happiness. Early academic failure. I'm still single. But what happened? In 1999, I was accepted into Curtin University for a Bachelor of Commerce degree, double major in marketing and management. By 2006, I've earned my Master in Strategic Marketing. I'm with distinction and top of the class. I even lectured for 3.5 years in Singapore and in China, lecturing for the University of Ballarat programs and the University of Wales. At Curtin, something magical happened. I found my tribe, professor, fellow students, even emeritus professor, Ram Ramaswamy. They believe in me. Isn't that wonderful? They saw the real me, the funny, caring, understanding, and kind me. That's the magic of the wonderful world of speech. Seeing potential where only others see problems. What does ADHD means to me now? Actioning damn hard decisions. The old me defeated by ADHD. The new me, Wan Keng Seng, the most wonderful. Okay. With Curtin, the unlocking community, I find my purpose, worth and vote. To my ADHD, you are not broken, you are wonderful. Okay, this is the wonderful world speech, a day to build a better world. Every every brain shines bright. Back to you, fabulous sermon master, Josephine Tan.
Thank you, Mr. Wang. Thank you so much. Thank you for sharing.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Each and every one of us is unique, and we are so proud of your achievement, Mr. Wang. So our next speaker, an enthusiastic Toastmaster. He was the president of a corporate Toastmaster club for 5 years. This month, his first spiritual book was inaugurated and released in February 2025. A prominent speaker on spiritual topics, a meditation trainer. The title of his speech is Journey is Yours, Decision is Yours. Let us welcome Subhash. Thank you.
Thank you, Josephine. Good morning to all dear my friends. Thank you very much for being present to listen to me today. 45 years ago, I was born. Or rather, I entered this world once again. When I entered this world, I was given certain accessories to me. And those accessories were my inner core qualities, the family, the characteristic what I carry even today, what of different types of qualities I carry, those are imprints of my past entry. And on that basis, I continued my journey in this world. But every time I ask myself one very simple question: why I was born? Is there any specific purpose to enter this world? If we see people around us, including myself, what we see? We are running after wealth, money. We are running to create new relationships and to maintain them. We are here to gain the power, the prestige into the society. But very interestingly, whatever we earn, whichever way we earn, everything is temporary in this world. The wealth which we are accumulating will not cross the threshold when we are going to the death. The knowledge, the relationship, the prestige, the power, everything will be left here. Then what is left for us? Why we are here? What is important for us? The most important thing is, the essence of the life is the imprints on our soul, based on the experience, the action which we do in our day-to-day life. At this stage, I'd like to tell you, my dear friends, that the decision which we take at every moment, with every breath, with every heartbeat, is so important for us that without it, our life is not going in the right direction. But interestingly, taking a right decision at the right time, with the right intensity, in right degree, with the right people, is not that easy. Then for us, in fact for me, the most important thing in this life is to take the right decision. In fact, to learn the art to take the right decision. Because what I believe is, if I am taking a right decision at every moment, then in that case, my journey would become the most optimal one. Most of the people are afraid of death. So do I. But why do we afraid of death? If we are in this life, the death is inevitable. It has to come. It will come. It has been true for everyone. Then why should I be afraid of death? Rather, I would say, I should be afraid of having next life. In fact, what I have experienced in my day-to-day life is, if I take a right decision, in that case, the afraid of death will vanish, and you will reach to a situation, you will reach to a position through which you can take the ultimate decision of your life. And my belief is that if you are taking the ultimate decision of your life, current life, you will not have the next life. You will not have the next life. Why? Because if every moment I am able to take right decision of my life, then every decision will be an optimal decision, and I will not left over anything for my next life. In fact, right now, whatever the qualities, the inner qualities I have, all those qualities are carried forward from my past life as an imprint to my soul, based on which I am taking decisions, I am taking actions. If right now, in this life, if I am not taking the right decisions, what will happen to the next life if it comes? Again, the same kind of imprints of the soul will come. I will have to struggle, I will have to take decisions, I will have to move here and there and everything. And the cycle continues. So my dear friends, what I want to tell you, based on my own experience, is that taking right decision at right time, at right moment, with right people, with right intensity is very, very important. The fire is within you, ignite it. The actions are in your hands, make it. The life is yours, and decision is also yours, because you are holding a pen that writes your destiny. No one else is responsible for anything, whatever is happening with you. It is just you, and only you who is responsible for everything what is happening with you. Take the right decision at the right time with the right people. Thank you very much. Back to you.
Thank you, Subhash. Thank you for the enlightening speech. And our life is in our own hand. Our next speaker, she is a passionate public speaker, event facilitator, and international networker who believes in the transformative power of intentional words to inspire and uplift. The title of her speech, Breaking the Silence. Let us welcome Nadine Naj.
Everyone, you know, I begged him, stop, I begged you. I feel devastated, I feel sad, I feel lost. It has been 8 full weeks that my dad stopped talking to me. And you know what? It all started one day at home. I was 14 years old. I was getting ready to see my friends, putting the music on, when suddenly I heard knock, knock, knock. I opened the door, and it was my dad, like a discipline master, saying, "Hey, Nadine, come wash these 25 dishes. I have guests coming soon." What? His news and information came like a water balloon splash on my head. I said, "What guests? Nobody told me that there would be guests. I'm getting ready to go see my girlfriends." And you know what I did? I snapped on him and I told him, "I'm not washing any dishes. I'm going out." And I turned my back on him without giving him the chance to reply. You know what? It was a turning point that day with my relationship with my dad. But let me ask you, when you were a teenager, didn't you have a parent telling you to do something? What was the reaction? What was the consequences? Well, for me, it changed my life. My dad stopped talking to me for months. He gave me the silent treatment. And I went to beg him, from room to room, from place to place, "Please, please speak back to me. I beg you." And I also talked to my aunt, I hope that she will ease him up but nothing worked. Few months later, eventually he started talking back to me, but every time I say something wrong, he stopped and silence again. I felt devastated, confused. Well, what did I say? What should I do? And do you imagine the pain I was in, even at school? Well, actually, I decided to stop talking. I built this belief that if I talk again, I will lose relationships, I'll lose family, I will say something very wrong. So at school, I was a disaster, not participating at all, fearing that I would lose my friends. And later, at work, guess what kind of jobs I chose? The back office one, of course. Even though I felt that I sparkle every time my boss telling me, talk to the client, gave a presentation. I did. I was so happy, but it was not good enough. Until one day, my kid come to me. I asked her to do something. And she said, oh, no, I don't want to do it. And immediately, I stopped talking to her. And she looked in my eyes. She didn't run away, snap at me like I did when I was a 14-year-old. She looked straight in her eyes, and I saw the pain, the confusion. She was lost. And my heart stopped pounding. What have I done? Am I becoming my dad? It's time to break the silence. So I decided to find ways to find my voice again. I went to talk to my friends, and my friends introduced me to a wonderful platform called Toastmaster. I went there the first time on stage, horrible. They assigned me a mentor, and it was the best choice of my life. These mentors helped me to speak up even when I doubted of myself. I did mistake in my language, in my courage, everything, but she pushed me over and over again, and eventually, I'm very proud of a lot of speeches that I said and I did. And I strive today to be an international speaker and empower other people to speak, because I believe that each one of us has the power to go within, to break the silence. So whatever happened to you in your life, any event that stops you talking and showing up and being your authentic self, well, we are all capable to find this inner voice, ditch out the fears, and embrace the powerful person we are here. Because everybody has a right to speak, and everyone should break the silence, not for us, for our children, for our work, and for the world around. And you know what? I still talk to my dad this day, even if he decides to remain silent. Everyone, I wish you an International Speech Day. Keep talking. Thank you.
Thank you, Natalie. Really appreciate the sharing of finding our inner voice and break the silence. So let us call upon our next MC for the 4th batch, Suzanne Low. Over to you.
Thank you very much, Josephine. Hello, everybody, and we have come to the midway of World Speech Day Singapore today, and I hope that you have enjoyed and you have been inspired by all the speeches that we have heard since 9 a.m. when we started the meeting, when we started the session. Right, so we are coming to the 4th batch of today's segment. And for today, the first speaker who is going to be on stage here is somebody I know from my YMCA club. He has lived in Singapore for 25 years. He has relocated from Himachal Pradesh in India. He is a dedicated yoga instructor pro bono, and he is currently the president of YMCA Toastmasters Club for this term. And the title of his speech is The World's Largest Religious Gathering. Can I invite you to put your hands together, join me to welcome Avinder Singh.
Hello. Hello. Can you hear? Okay, thank you. Do you know about the largest religious gathering in the world and where it happened? And when it happened? It was just recently. Between 13th of January to 26th of February, it was in Prayagraj in India. This was the gathering which is called Mahakumbh Mela, which happens after every 12 years. When the Jupiter complete its orbit in 12 years, then it is celebrated at 4 different places in India. Do you know how many people, because in this gathering, people come and bathe at a specific place. In this gathering, it was at Triveni Sangam. Triveni Sangam means where 3 rivers meet. 2 rivers you can see, but the 3rd river you can't see. That is a mythical river which meet at that point at Prayagraj, which is called Triveni Sangam. I hope you all have heard about the news of this place, and you might have heard that there were celebrities from all over the world joined this Mahakumbh, and they all bathe in Ganges river. Triveni Sangam is the place where 3 rivers meet, so it is considered that the water is very sacred. Can you imagine how many people bathe in these 45 days? The number is 660 million people. Singapore population is around 6 million. So you can imagine that 660 million, like 110 Singapore bathe there. And India population is 1.46 billion. So you can imagine almost 40% of India bathed there. But maybe there are some numbers which are, because the number is for the people who bathed. So some people have bathed twice. But what is the importance of this? Why people come and gather there and bathe there? This is all about the spiritual cleansing. Just now Subhash was talking about the spiritualism. This Mela or this festival is also about spiritualism, because in Indian mythology we believe that we are soul on journey. We are not, this is not our first birth, and we die and born many times. And we do a lot of sins by knowingly or unknowingly. So in Mahakumbh, people bathe for the sins they create unknowingly. For the knowingly sins or the karmas, you still have to suffer, and then you can complete your karma, the fruit of your karma. But there are a lot of sins we create unknowingly, that we don't know that due to certain reasons we forget something and we create anxiety in some other people because we are ignorant. Sometimes we are not disciplined. So we hurt the feeling of other people. And due to that, we create a sin. So going to the Kumbh Mela, we are actually washing this kind of sins which are not done with any intentions. But there are sins which we do commit with the intention. Those sins we can only wash by either suffering or enjoying that, the fruit of our own karma. So when you look at the number and the people who gathered there, you can imagine they all coming from all different parts of the India, and the people arriving there are not all Hindus. They were Christians, they were Muslims. There is no restrictions on people who can come and bathe there. Nobody is checking your identity. Are you a Hindu or a Muslim, or you are a Christian, or you are who? So there are celebrities who come even from US, from all over the world. You can see there Europeans coming there in a big number. You can see there Chinese coming there in a big number. I stayed there for more than 1 month, between 14th of January till 18th of February. 17th of February I was there. So during this time I was in a camp, I was teaching yoga there. So I taught yoga every evening there to the people, whoever were interested. So that was just a reason for me to stay there, and also just go to the Ganges and bathe in the Ganges in one of the ghats nearby my place. Can you imagine how they manage these people? They divide the area in 25 sectors and have 30 pontoon bridge to cross from the one side to the other side. So I just want to tell you about this religious gathering, and you can research and find out more. You can Google about Prayagraj Mahakumbh 2025, and that can provide you more information about the Mahakumbh and what is Mahakumbh and what is the importance of Mahakumbh. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Avinda. Wow, I learned so much about the significance of religious gatherings, and if you want to look for a place where you can meditate, you can feel the goodness of people coming together, born together spiritually. These are the kind of incidents. These are the kind of occasions that you can go to. All right, our next speaker is someone whose life's journey have spanned 70 years, and he has been learning. He's been a lifelong learner, and this sentiments of being a lifelong learner is best reflected in his love for poetry. As the managing entrepreneur of S-Trans Singapore Private Limited, established in 1994, he remains dedicated to learning, unlearning, and relearning. And the title of his speech is Plug and Play. So what is it about plugging and playing? Let's listen to his speech, and let us put our hands to welcome Edmund Chu.
Whoa! How many of you here are age below 50? Show of hands. I see most of you, only 2 of you. Actually, age is only a number. Martin Luther used to say, I had a dream, but how many of us really make our dream come true? But today, Martin Luther's phrase is, he told me, if you are in the right place, at the right time, everything is right. So I'm in the right place. Why? Because I'm on a world stage. Pursue your passion. If you don't pursue your passion, then it becomes a fashion. So what is passion? P-A-S-S, how I pass on. I'll tell you 3 sectors and segments of what is plug and play. First session, age 7 to age 30. This is where I plug in to learn what I learned in my lifestyle. My dad and mom was my both 2 living Buddhas that taught me mentorship. My mother, a good marketeer. My father, a good discipliner, who always tell me on time. So I'm always on time. If you see me late, then I'm not Edmund Chu. Be on time is where you discipline yourself. If you're on time, it means you're serious. If you're on time, it means you are dead serious and you do the right thing. So first thing you want to do, I learned, be on time. Unless you are late, give a call. Let people know that you are late. This is called attitude, DNA. The DNA, my dad taught me, discipline and attitude. You want to go beyond that altitude, first you must have the right attitude. Right attitude is very important. I will tell you the next, second, third phrase, how I discipline myself. When I was young, age 7, imagine the 7-year-old boy. I can hitchhike and run out of Singapore to Malaysia. Until today, I still remember. Because those days, Singapore wasn't Republic of Singapore. It was Malay State of Singapore, Malayan states. So there's no border. Imagine a young lad like me, 7 years old, hook on the ride of lorry and go all the way to Genting Island. Now, if you want to do that, you'll be kidnapped and all your spare parts will be gone. So how daring I was. But I learned how to handle and watch the driver. I make sure that the anchor is right. So from there, I learned from my dad and mom what is marketing. Time flies. As I graduate, I realized that I wasn't good on things. I'm only a head-on guy, heart-on guy, and hands-on guy. So I end up in ITE, and where people always call us, it's the end. No things, nobody can help you, it's the end. But then we change our mindset. So we become intellectual, thinkers, and we are entrepreneurs. So I learned the trade. I work for people, but then I wasn't satisfied. So the first part of it was learning. The second part, age 31, I work in multinational. By 7-8 years, I end up, I say, time's up for me. I try to be an entrepreneur. So 1994, 23rd of July, I started the small company. And I classify myself as SSME, Small Simple Managing Enterprise, because we started off with 3 people. You end up with 15, and then at the end we end up with 3. All we did was manage it well. Just like Nokia say, it's not how big you are, it's how strong you are. The mindset. Focus on your mindset, on what you want to do. So age, the second half, 31 to age 60 was unlearning what I learned. What did I learn during my years of practice with people? So go in and plug in and play. If you say you work, you'll get tension, stress. Just like in China now, the team is called play. 1, come in and play. Then your mindset will be different. Why? Because you put your heart and soul. Whatever thing you do, you must have that passion in it. So the last part, as I age, I realized that time to let go. Learn to let go. So the last third part of it was relearning again. The last part, age 60 onward. This is where most of us are in this lifetime. How many lives do you have? 1 day, 24 hours. 1 year, 365. 1 lifetime, ladies and gentlemen, 70 years. If you are good at maths, my dear little girl, multiply that days. 25,000 days. You time 24 hours, you know the number. Life is dead short. So why are we lamenting, complaining? Singaporeans, we call it 5C. But now the 5C become complain, and complain. We shouldn't do that. We should be complimenting, communicating, confining, and we should be more on communication and more on communication. Communication is an art, is a tool. If in your mind you think it's positive, then you are positive. But if your mind says, oh yeah, today weather so bad, I think I'm tired, I don't want to go. Then you will never get out of the seat and you go. I look forward for World Speech Day. I was the last runner. I called Ernest, I want to go. He says, no, you never book in time. So I wait for another 2 days. I never give up. Ernest, can you put in a slot? He said, no, you never call me again. So I wait. The third time I try, he said, okay. So I'm very happy. I say, I'm willing to volunteer. So you see, you must pursue your passion. Go on, plug and play. Why? Because this is where the platform is, the world stage. You look behind. You're right. The sky is the future. The future is infinity. If you were to be on this stage, you are unique, you are special, you are all champion. Young lady, you are unique. Are you unique? You are unique. Are you a champion? You are a champion. Are you special? Yes, indeed. Only 60. Then I discovered I have iron dyslexia. I'm very problematic with white lights. I'm intimidated because it will disturb my emotion, my thoughts. But I have learned how to overcome it. I'm also an artistic person. So in conclusion, I want you today, this day, plug and play. If you don't know how to plug and play, find Uncle Ed, because this will be my next life. Plug and play. Back to you.
Thank you, Edmund.
My friend, come.
Oh. Okay, let's give them some chance to do their photo shoot. Okay, thank you, gentlemen. Can we give Edmund another round of applause for his gems of wisdom on relearning, learning, and communication? Okay, right. Okay, time is running short, so let's go to our next speaker. This speaker is training to be a professional speaker and working very hard to get the Certified Speaking Professional cert as well as the Accredited Speaker certificate. So the title of her speech today is Never Too Late. Can you join me to warmly welcome Swana Kalyan? Thank you very much.
Thank you. A fabulous afternoon to everyone here at World Speech Day with this beautiful topic today, unexpected voices. Why are we struggling to speak? Isn't that a primary need as humans? But we still struggle, right? And we have so many programs to help us to speak correctly, right way, make an influence. A skill that should have just come to us naturally, we need to train. So friends, today I want to present to you, one, myself as a person who started very late in life to speak. When I say speak, not just speak, speak up. I come from a community, I come from India, where we were told that women should know their space. It doesn't mean that I wasn't educated. I was educated, but it was always at home, with my parents, with my husband, the space was, his words comes first. So we learned to speak down. It was accepting things as it was. Was it bad for my life? No. I have a very good life, friends. That's nothing to do with what life is, because He has given me a beautiful life. But inside, as a human, I always felt, how do I learn to express myself when I'm angry? How do I want to express myself when I have a view that could be probably tried? And that's where the challenge came. And when did I learn to really come out of it? When I was in my 40s. And who gave me the strength? My children. Because they taught me that if you want me to listen to you, you learn to show us the way. Show us that you can speak up as well. And that changed the whole thing for me. And I found it was not easy. Muting your voice for so many years and suddenly being able to express. I became that unexpected voice, trying to find that voice for me. And sometimes you say the wrong things at the wrong time because you want to voice yourself, and then you realize, oh, actually silence would have been better. But it was a journey. And today I want to tell all of you here, it is never too late. Never too late to do anything in life, but never too late to speak up, to learn the skills that we need as human beings. And why is it important? Because we live in a very dynamic world now. We have youngsters who are very vocal about what they want. We have elders who don't like you to talk. And we have people like me who are sandwiched in between. And I'm sure many of you here will agree you are also part of this sandwich at some part or the other. And how do we learn? We need to show a way to the children, at the same time show respect to your parents. So how do we do this? That balance is where is the struggle. And so only way to do is every opportunity you have a chance to seize the stage, please do that. Speak up. Speak up at work. Speak up with friends. Speak up with family. And once you start doing it, you will have people saying, what are you doing? Why are you rocking the boat? Everything seems normal. Why are you doing it? But continue to do it, because it's never too late to start something. We also need to remember, when we see someone doing that, as a community, what do? We need to give them that support. So I appeal to all of you here, if you really believe in the mantra which says, speak up, then we need a community that believes in speaking up. We need someone to say, yes, I listen to your voice. You can speak up. And then we can have discussions to see what was right and what's wrong. And if we really want truly a world where everyone has a voice, then as a community we need to realize that speaking up takes a lot of courage. If someone has really stepped up to do it, encourage them, support them, and show them the way. I think this is a beautiful platform. I want to really thank Ernest for doing this. I have been with this place for probably this is my 5th time with World Speech Day. Such a small, tiny venture today, we are doing it in a studio, right? We have 50 speakers. Starting with 15, 20 speakers. Today we have 50 speakers, and that is what we need. We need a community. We need leaders who believe in speaking. We need leaders who will step up and say, I'm supporting this. And without that, this just ends with today. If we really want to do, let all of us make the effort to speak up, just not today, but to continue to speak up, but also support a fellow human being trying to speak up. And say, hey, I'm there for you. Come, speak up. It's okay if you make mistakes, but speak up. Let us learn to live with some core values of respect and love and compassion, and I'm sure we will create a beautiful world in this by just speaking up. So thank you so much for the opportunity. Let's go. Never too late to start anything. Over to you.
Thank you, Swana, for the beautiful speech on how we can inspire people by helping not just themselves, but others to speak up and to speak with impact and conviction. Thank you, thank you. Our next speaker is a very amazing lady. Her love for the spotlight shines brightly. Her public speaking adventure started unexpectedly during COVID-19, but she quickly proved to be a natural, winning her first Toastmasters contest. She has embraced challenges from a Chinese reading contest to numerous stage performances with her brother. Now, this passion culminated into a second runner-up finish at the GASCA International. And ladies and gentlemen, she is only 11. The title of her speech is Small Steps, Big Change, and I'm pleased to I invite all of you to jointly and warmly welcome Lane Eva Ledesma.
Have you ever wondered how one tiny mosquito can ruin a good night's sleep? It's amazing how something so small can have such a big impact. That got me thinking, if a tiny mosquito can make a difference, why can't we? Today, I want to talk about how small steps can lead to big changes, especially when it comes to making our world a better place. I'll start with, I gotta say, one of the biggest struggles we're dealing with today? Gadgets messing with our mental health. I'm just 11 years old, and like most kids my age, we're being glued to our gadgets. So in my own ways, I will try to 1. Limit screen time. No mindless scrolling. 2. Watch what I feed my brain. Quality over junk. 3. Prioritize real connections. We need those face-to-face vibes and movements. First, limit screen time. I must admit, I love chatting with my friends on WhatsApp, but honestly, we lose track of time. So next time that happens, I'll say, hey, let's take a break. I know it will not be easy, especially when a funny reel pops up, but it is worth it. 2. Feed my brain right. I'm cutting down on gossip. Why not spread good vibes instead? Like stories of how my pet bird, Matcha, copies my voice. I always fact check before sharing anything. The last thing we need is a world that thinks unicorns are real. They aren't, right? But more importantly, let's shift our focus to real issues. Wars, climate change, and challenges people face every day. If we use our voices and actions wisely, even online, we might make a real difference. Third, make real connections. I'll set times to meet my friends in person because nothing beats real laughter and eye contact. I'll even get them into sports, whether it's tennis, biking, or just running around. Way better than tapping on a screen. Plus, no game over in real life. I may be just 11 and I may be just one person, but I believe that small steps can lead to big changes. So my challenge to you is limit screen time, feed your brain right, and choose real connections. Let's lead by example, spread kindness and take action, because even the smallest steps can create a ripple effect. And who knows, maybe one day we'll make the world so positive that even mosquitoes will buzz off. Thank you.
Thank you, Leanne. Can we give her a big round of applause? Yes. Small step, big changes. I hope that we take heed of what she has shared with us in her speech and use that to make a difference to our communities. Now, the next speaker is a green influencer since June 2018. She is an entrepreneur looking towards sustainability projects. She wants to build eco-villages in green schools. She's an ecosystem builder, a Web3 exchange co-founder, and certainly a big dreamer. The title of her speech is How Sustainable Are You? Let us warmly welcome Honi Lim. Thank you. Thank you.
Hi, good afternoon, and thank you for this opportunity to be here speaking on big ideas, right? Okay, I have my paper because I have definitions, okay? So before we talk about how sustainable are you, what is sustainability? It's been the trend, everybody's talking about it, but how much do people really, really understand it, right? Okay. In the broader sense, sustainability refers to the ability to maintain or support a process continuously over time. In business and policy contexts, sustainability seeks to prevent the depletion of natural or physical resources so that they will remain available for the long term. In another definition, it is the ability to exist and develop without depleting natural resources for the future. And that is also the definition from the UN, and not many people have heard or know about the 17 UN SDGs. That's the Sustainable Development Goals. Another simpler definition would be conserving the use of resources such as habitats, raw materials, energy, or human labor. There are four main pillars of sustainability: human, social, economic, and environmental. Sustainability is also the ability of something to last long term. What about to you and to me as individuals? These are very big world concepts, right? So what about to you and to me? First, being aware that natural resources have limitations and that it has to be respected. Back then when I started my journey as a green influencer, okay, I'm also known as Greenie Huni, that's my green influencer name, that was in 2018, 2019. It was quite interesting because there were people that would be asking me, how do you think you can save the world? I'm like, Earth doesn't need us to save it. If Earth gets pissed off, it's us that need saving. Who are we to save the world, right? Who are we to save Earth? So I think that terminology has to be changed. And instead of saying save Earth, let us talk about respect Earth. It's very interesting, as previous speaker has also mentioned, respect. That's the key thing that we need in this world now, respect. So how then we as individuals can, be sustainable, okay? First, we can achieve it through the choices that we make, our day-to-day choices. Let's not talk too big picture, but let's bring it to our daily practices, okay? Such as our water usage, our dietary choices, our clothes purchase, our means of transportation, even the place we live, the things that we use. How many of you actually buy a new piece of clothing every week, every month? I haven't been shopping for a long time because I think this dress, I had it for more than 10 years maybe, or maybe 20. Yeah. I get hand-me-downs, so I use people's clothes that they are sick of wearing it, and it's all still very good condition. I have clothes that I've been wearing it since my teenage years. Okay, so how then do we create that balance between meeting our current needs without compromising the ability of future generations to meet theirs? When we talk about going green, some people ask me, it's expensive. I'm like, no, I actually save a lot more money by going green. First, I don't shop as much, okay? So I reuse what I have. I don't have that use and throw culture, which unfortunately in this world, it happens a little bit too much. Fast fashion, everything is so cheap. Oh, we buy. But when you donate clothes, okay, when I collect clothes for donations, some is brand new, some with tags, some never worn before. So why are we buying, not even wearing it, and then donating it away? So how much money have I saved by just not shopping? Okay, online shopping, that's what I don't do. Why? Because that is a lot of waste generated. Okay, when you buy something online, you get packaging, in packaging, in packaging, right? So how much waste has been generated? So there are certain practices that there are certain trends that I don't follow, simply just because I live green. Travel. You can plan your, no, I will fly, I'll still fly, but I will fly with planned routes so that I minimize my travel with planes. Okay, I take the public transport, I walk. I lived in Cambodia for 5 years, I walk around a lot. Yeah, so simple choices actually helps us to live green. It's not expensive, it's just choices that we make. So what I always say is all about conscious choices. So now the question is, how sustainable are you? What are you doing to make this world a more sustainable place, a happier place? Okay, I do not have a lot of money, but I live a very happy life. And a lot of my friends are always wondering, how, why? Well, that's also why I formed CEO Life Club. That's my new networking platform. Okay, and now talk about holistic health, where I talk about physical health, mental health, spiritual health, and financial health. So if you want to find out how happy or how rich I am, join me in my club and I'll see you at the other end. Thank you, bye.
Thank you. Can we give her another round of applause, Huni? All right. Thank you, Greenie Huni, for her very, very useful and productive tips on how to live a happy, sustainable life. Right. Our next speaker is a HR professional. Her mission is to help like-minded professionals to achieve their public speaking goals. And the title of her speech is Gone with the Wind. Let us warmly welcome Janet Ong Bee King.
Raise your hand if you have loved ones that have departed. There are few. A couple of you. Recently, I went to my late cousin's wake, and I did a eulogy for her in Mandarin and in Hokkien. She left us during Chinese New Year period, and it was quite sad that I see her in quite a painful state. Every year, this cousin, Lin, she will visit us during Chinese New Year, every year without fail. But there was a year that she didn't visit us, my parents' place, and I told my sis, I think she's not well, because I saw her wearing a cap. And her husband posted all their photos on Facebook. After that year, she didn't come to my house, but she went to another cousin's house on day 15 of Chinese New Year. She was alone. My mother dropped her jaws when she saw her in that state, because she had that kind of crew cut haircut. The next day, my mother called her and asked her, how is she? She shared with my mom, don't worry. She called my mom, Aunt, don't worry, she's fine. She's going through chemo. She died of lung cancer recently, breast cancer. She went for chemotherapy and a lot of therapy and radiotherapy. It lasted for about 3 years. On and off, she recovered. She became better. But it was only recent that she relapsed and she was going through a difficult time in the hospital. Time is short. I agree. Fast forward this year, when I went to see her in the hospital, I brought along 2 bottles of bird nest with my cousin, with 2 other cousins. I saw her in that kind of state, and I told her, I encouraged her to move on. And I shared with her, when you become better, you drink this bird nest on your own. I could see her tears roll out of her eyes. My cousin, my two other cousins also started tearing. It was a very sad moment. I remember her, Lynn, my cousin Lynn. She's someone that came forward to me when my late father passed on in 2023, and she encouraged me to move on in my life. She told me, your dad has gone to a better place. Now the pillar that I could lean on is no longer there. Lynn, my cousin. Before she's gone with the wind, her family had a very good time with her. They traveled to many countries. Before I end off, I would want to share with all of you, life is short. Before your loved one gone with the wind, spend time with them, cherish them. Just like today, I have happy moments coming up on stage here, my first time in this studio. I didn't know it's this setup. I just plucked the courage and speak because Suzanne invited me. I was kind of nervous and I wanted to withdraw, but I just do it here in this studio because I make the effort to speak up. With that, I shall hand the time back to Suzanne.
Thank you. Can we give a round of applause? Yes. Very, very profound words of wisdom on how to treasure every moment of our lives with our loved ones, because life is certainly so short. Right, our next speaker is passionate about empowerment and emotional balance. She feels that many people are living in a world of uncertainty. As an author, coach, and trainer, Elaine is able to reach many, many individuals who have sought empowerment, who are seeking empowerment. The title of her speech is I Am Who I Am. Let us warmly welcome Elaine Tara.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Hi, I'm Elaine. And my topic today is very strange, because you always get asked, who are you? And how are you going to answer that question? I really don't know, because all you can say is, I am who I am. In fact, this answer is very good, when you get a scam call. Okay? When you get a scam call, they always ask, who are you or who am I? Correct or not? So what must you do? All you have to do is say, I am who you think I am. But is it easy being who you are? Now, there is a new buzzword. The buzzword is authenticity, being authentic. Last time we used to say the word, oh, I must be my true self. I must be original. Yes or no? And now it is what? Authenticity. What is authenticity? Being yourself. But is it easy being yourself? Very difficult. The only time I can think of being authentic or being who you say you are is very easy. You look at the gangsters, they come and tell you, hey, you don't know who I am, True or not? So very easy. Always ask yourself, are you who you say you are? If you are, then show it. Because I am who I am, there is a second part. The second part is, I seek nothing except to be. To be what? To be better? To be more compassionate? To be more empathetic? Or to be more kind? I'm not sure. You have to seek to be. To be is a very, very strong word. All you need to do is make sure you can be as authentic as possible. By being authentic doesn't mean, you lay down all your boundaries. And then people say, what? You just do what? Because one day you will just die pleasing everybody. Okay? All you need to do is always remember, you must set your own boundaries. If you cannot set your own boundaries and learn how to say no, everything will come crashing down, because emotionally we are very trapped. We always feel very obligated, right? We feel obligated because we must think that if I say no, the other party is not going to be my friend. The other party is not going to be, nice to me. True or not? So it's always very difficult to say no. Learning to say no is always the first step towards your own personal empowerment. Self-care is very important. If you cannot even have a self-care, not being selfish, okay? Being self-care means you look after yourself. You look after your own emotional well-being. By looking after your own emotional well-being, then can you have better mental well-being? Mental well-being is the other part, okay? I'm very passionate about this because I went through a very difficult journey. It took me a long, long time to get out of it, and I really must thank the people who have walked into my life. Of course, after walking into my life, they will again walk out because they have done what they have to do. So do not be afraid when people walk out of your life, because better ones will come. Learning how to be grateful is part of who you can be, because I am who I am. I seek nothing except to be. To be what? To be grateful. To be grateful that I can wake up every day healthy. To be grateful that I can wake up and have food on my table. Why should I not be grateful? If you are in a situation when you see some handicap, or some people with maybe ADHD or Down syndrome, how do you think it feels? As a volunteer myself, it really hurts to see people like that. You ask yourself, why should I not be grateful that I am alive? Yes, I can eat, I can drink, I can sing, I can dance, but there are people who cannot. Be who you are. Be authentic in that sense. Seek something better each and every day. There is no need to go and seek wealth. I mean, of course, if you're ambitious and that's part of you, go ahead. But always remember, wealth is only a portion of what your life can be. When you seek compassion, when you seek empathy, you will find that you will have a mindset shift. No questions one. Why I know? It took me a long time to be where I am today. If some of you may have known me 10 years ago, about 10 years ago, I would never have expected or tell myself that today I can be here. Standing here, even in front of World Speech Day, together with all my esteemed speakers and colleagues, to be here to deliver our speeches. It is not easy. I really want to empower each and every one of you to understand that each of us have what you call a colors of me. What is the colors of me? It's a program that I came up with. All right? Colors of me is understanding yourself. How you actually maybe interact, react, or even respond to the people around you. It is always very easy to jump to conclusion. We are always trapped in this mindset. What is the mindset? The mindset of, I better don't do this. I cannot do this. Why? Because we are afraid. Fear is the one thing that holds us back from being kind. Fear is the one that's holding us back from being empathetic and compassionate. Let us all remember, there is something good in each and every one of us. Don't let that beauty be sleeping inside you. Nobody will know, isn't it? When you go Pak Toi, right, you always like, wow, very beautiful, right? Is that your authentic self? Then after that, what happens? Get married, problems start. Why? Because your authentic self comes up. Be true as much as possible so that you can embrace, adjust with the people around you. Relationships will get better. Confirm. Okay, don't be trapped. Don't be trapped in that sense that, you have to have this mindset and that mindset. So empowerment is very, very critical. Okay? Learning how to take care of yourself with self-care is also very important. Okay? So I leave you today, with a thought and the mindset of I am who I am. I seek nothing except to be. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Elaine, for sharing so much wisdom about self-empowerment, about self-care, and I hope all of you have learned something useful for your lives. Our next speaker is an accountant who likes numbers just as much as she likes to explore the world. And while she works very hard in her job, she also believes in enjoying life, traveling to new places, trying different cuisines, or taking nature walks. Now, the title of her speech is A Better Me, A Better World. Let us warmly welcome Wong Man Man.
7 years.
Ladies and gentlemen, today I want to share a simple yet powerful idea. A better me, a better world. It sounds too easy, right? We all live in a world full of challenges. Climate change, inequalities, economic struggles, and then, of course, trying to find matching socks in the laundry. Sometimes it feels like the problems are too big, too complex, and beyond our control. It's easy to feel powerless in the face of such challenges. But what if I told you that the key to changing the world starts with changing ourselves? Step 1, develop a growth mindset. It sounds fancy, but it just means never stop learning. Read a book, take a course, and listen to podcasts. Expand your brain, because the more you learn, the more you can contribute to the world. Step 2, practice kindness and empathy. We all know kindness is important, but sometimes it's easy to forget, especially when someone steals your parking spot or cuts in line. The world needs more understanding, not more division. If we can listen more, judge less, and treat others with kindness, we can make the world better. Step 3, take responsibility. It's easy to blame society, the weather, or Wi-Fi connection for everything. We can control our actions and reactions. We may not be able to change the weather or your boss decision, but we can control our actions, our thoughts, our attitudes, and the way we treat others. We are the captains of our own ship. Except for there's no iceberg, just a lot of decisions that we need to make. Step 4, serve others. Small acts of service go a long way. Whether it's volunteering or just being there to serve someone. True fulfillment in life does not come from what we accumulate, but from what we give. We can do whatever that we want and to help the world. Step 5, lead by example. leadership is not about title, but it is about the impact that we have on others. We can help others with our actions. A better world starts with you. It starts with me. It starts with our choice we make and our actions we take. No one is asking us to be perfect. In fact, I'm pretty sure perfection is overrated. We can be better step by step. So just let's stop waiting for the world to change first. Let's start with ourselves. Let's walk out of here today with a new perspective. Let's commit of being a better version of ourselves. Not just for us, but for everyone around us, and for our communities and for the world. Because when we become a better version of ourselves, we make the world better. A better me really does mean a better world. Thank you.
If we want to create a better world, we have to be the best version of ourselves. Right, our next speaker is a speaker with a mind and heart of being young, healthy, wealthy, courageous, wise, serene, and keen to learn, always striving for truth, service, and enlightenment. The title of his speech is Fate is in Our Hands. Let us warmly welcome Peter Chen Bing. Thank you, Peter. Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Have you ever heard this music? What is this music? It's a Symphony No. 5, Fate Symphony by Beethoven. The fate is knocking at the door. Some people say fates are predetermined. Yes or no? Today, I'd like to share my advice. I think fate is in our hands. So how to make that happen? Recently, have you watched the movie Leza? The major character Leza said, fate is in my hand, not in the heaven. Actually, that is the central philosophy source of the Taoism philosophy. I'd like to give you 3 advices how to put fate in our hands. The first advice, we should have a moral courage to make a change. What does it mean? It means that we should be able to judge what is right, what is wrong, what is good, what is bad. Then we can make a choice, then make a decision. There is a book in ancient China. The book is called 了凡四训. Have you heard about this book? It's a 了凡 4 lessons. So it was teaching us how to challenge our fate and improve our shape and make a change to our fate. So there are 3 principles. Number 1, to do good things, be kind, get rid of all the evils. Number 2, have determination to make a change. To make a change through your action, to make a change through your reasoning, and to make a change from our hearts. Number 3, cultivate a virtue of humility. So when you are being humble, we are able to learn. When we are able to learn, we can get more knowledge. then we can communicate better with others, then we can do our duties best. My second advice for you, how to put the faith in our hands. We have the power, we have the will to make a change. One of the greatest philosophers, Friedrich Nietzsche, he said, humans have the fundamental drive to have the will for power. It means that humans have the power to decide, to make a change, to decide the way they live. They're able to make a change, to make their life better. That makes me want to share with you the story about Dao Shen Hefu. Dao Shen Hefu is one of the greatest entrepreneurs in Japan. He created two fabulous 500 companies, Kyocera and KDDI. So when he was age 77, he was already retired. Japanese government asked him to pick up the duty to recover Japanese airline. But that moment, Japanese airline was already bankrupt. Dao Shen Hefu, he had the courage. So he picked up the responsibility. He didn't even ask for $1 pay. In the end, he made it happen. He turned the Japanese airline from bankruptcy into one of the greatest satisfactory airlines in the world. My third advice for you, how to put the faith in our hand. We have the freedom to choose. That means we have the willpower of choice. Viktor Frankl, one of the greatest psychologists, he said, man can be deprived everything, but one thing cannot be taken away. That is man able to choose his attitude in any set of the circumstances. Ladies and gentlemen, so when that circumstance comes, when you are facing the challenge, how to put that faith in our hands. So I call for you. You have the will to make a change, and we have the freedom to have a change. More importantly, we should have the moral courage to do right things. So that is the way we can put the faith in our hands. Thank you.
Thank you, Peter, for sharing and inspiring us to put faith in our hands through moral courage. Okay, before we go to the next MC segment, I would like to invite Raffles Studio to give an announcement. Let's welcome Raffles Studio.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Hi, my name is Lance. Yeah, I'm representing Raffles Place Studio, which is the official venue for the World Speech Day today. Thank you. And of course, now we always have. Thank you for the invitation. And there's always where we always arrange stuff, but yet at times things still messy. So I will coming up as a advertising space for a while. So just to help them to rearrange, and we will gather and we will make a very fruitful World Speech Day today. And I have 3 things for you. Why am I here? What do I do? And how can you find us? So first, why am I here, as I mentioned? And now, what do we do? I have 3 C's for you. What do we do is help you to creative, help you to capture, and help you to captivate. So this is Raffles Place Studio as what you see over here on the stage. We are not just renting the space for you to do filming. We also have green screen over that side, or for you to do filming. So if you are a speaker, you wish to come out the stage to do a filming, come to us. This is Raffles Place Studio. How to find us? Of course, now you will see in Singapore, we are at the CBD area. So we are right smack in the CBD, Oxley Tower. This is where you can find us. And this is my brochure for you to have a look. This is how you can find us. And how can we help? Definitely renting the space, definitely helping you to do the filming. As long as you can find us, we can quote you a reasonable price for you to shine, for you to present. That's all for me on the advertising space. Thank you, Suzanne. Back to you.
Thank you, Lance, and thank you so much for Raffles Studio for sponsoring this event today for World Speech Day Singapore. And now I would like to take my leave and hand over to our next MC for the 5th and final batch of speakers. Can we join our hands to welcome Edmund Chu?
Wow, they always say the last is the best because just like Star Wars, may the Force be with you. And the best Force from the batch 5 is coming up. Our next speaker, he joined Toastmasters to learn the skill of becoming a better speaker. He chose a mentoring club as he felt this was an art that needed to improve greatly. He is a certified coach, certified financial planner. The title of his speech is Proactive Retirement. Let us welcome Patrick Chang Po Fat. Give him a sounding round of applause. Yeah.
Thank you. Okay, good afternoon. Let's talk about retirement. But the retirement I want to talk about is not the traditional slowing down and stepping away. Today's retirement has changed quite a lot. It's no longer about setting aside a sum of money and wishing for the best. Retirement these days, we look at having a life that is active, sustainable, and purposeful. So let's take retirement like a road trip. So those were the days when retirement is where we will reach a very familiar destination. The day where we will sit down with friends and drink coffee from dawn to dusk, and then from dusk to dawn again. Having a relaxing time, nothing much happening. But today, things have changed a lot. As we know, we are living longer, so that is great. But that will also mean that we need to plan for rising healthcare costs, illnesses that are age-related, as well as the challenge of keeping ourselves socially connected. So that is where proactive retirement comes in, which I call it protirement, which is a term coined by a certain professor, I think, in 1961. So what is this protirement about? It is about living meaningfully and with purpose. It is about not just relaxing, but giving us, looking at this final phase of life with better enthusiasm and a strong faith that we are going to do even better than what we have done before. So basically, in protirement, I've identified that to have 3 pillars. So the first pillar is financial security, which is the foundation of it. It does not mean just about saving money. It's about how to invest wisely, about knowing the option that we have, as well as how to bring the retirement fund to better distribute to our beneficiary in case we did not manage to finish all of them. So the second pillar, talk about health and wellness. It's about knowing the fact that we may have millions, but if we are not healthy, what's the point? What's the use? We are not going to enjoy it. So it's important that we keep ourselves healthy by resting well, eating well, and exercising, keeping our mental and emotional wellness in check. Then the third pillar, which is the heart of retirement, is contribution. It's about lifelong learning. It's about contributing with the experiences that we have in mentoring, coaching, and spending our best time with the one that we love. So why is retirement important? Why does it matter? First of all, it changed the narrative. For most of the time, we're thinking that retirement is as we start to phase out in our life. But it will not be the case. There's a lot that we can contribute. There's a lot that we can show to give back to the society to help the younger generation. We still can contribute a lot more. Second, it's about sustainability. If the retirees are financially independent and healthy, government resources will not be spent much on providing health care and also social safety net. It can be used for other purposes. Thirdly, we can in fact innovate as well, because most of the retirees, we have lots of life experience. We are subject expertise. We can contribute and help the younger generation through volunteering our services in coaching, mentoring, and consultancy. Well, in fact, we can also build a second career in this field. So let's retire the traditional concept of retirement and embrace this active, proactive style of retirement. Because let us believe that we are not planning for decline. We are planning for the next stage of growth. We can do much better. We can make the end, or rather the final phase of our life, a grand finale, a big a big hooray before we depart from the stage. Thank you.
Wow, hooray! He is on retirement, proactive, and just retirement, R-E-T-Y-R-E-M-E-N-T, just like tire, retirement, and going into retirement. Thank you, Patrick Chan. Our next speaker, he is the founder of Community for Retirement, a freelance trainer for ScamWise. The title of his speech is Active, Firm, Life After Retirement. Let us welcome Chua Boon Chew.
Very grateful to be given this opportunity to speak on World Speech Day. This is my first time.
First time.
Okay, first time, okay.
Will not be the last time.
Hopefully it's not the last time. Okay, hopefully to go on, okay, as I explore. For me, I'm also within the age range of retirement. Okay, I'm 59. Okay, so way back last year, okay, when I actually took up a course in community building, all right, I was told to build a community. And the word retirement comes to me, okay. So my facilitator, Mr. Stephen Cole, says, okay, why don't you do a community for retirement? All right. But then retirement to many people is financial insurance, right? Financial stability, okay? And it's something that, you know, it's very difficult because I'm not financially trained. All right. But looking at retirement, I see a lot of people retired without a purpose. So finally, when I actually set up the community for retirement, I'm looking at life beyond retirement. And retirement is not a stop. It's not a place that when you reach 55, you retire, you stop there. That's not what we want. We want retirement to be a journey in our last stage of our life, and how to actually have a good retirement. Okay, as what Patrick says just now, right? It's now changed to retirement. Okay, now having people retire, we see a lot of people. If people like you and me, okay, who has a lot of activities, okay, and they have a lot of activities, a lot of friends, well and good. You enjoy your retirement. You find joy in retirement. But there's still a lot of people, okay, who don't enjoy retirement. Because before retirement, they're very busy. Okay, for me, before that, I'm a security officer, a security supervisor. I work 12 hours. Okay, 8 o'clock to 8 o'clock. By the time I go back 9 o'clock, ready to sleep already. So basically, I don't get contact with my friends. And over the 8 years, I lost all my contact with my friends. Nobody actually coming up for coffee. Okay, so it's very sad. So when I actually reached the age of retirement, as to most people, I realized that I don't have anything to rely on. Okay, but thanks is that for me, I have certain hobbies, certain interests that I move on. Okay, I started to write poetry. Okay, I started to write Chinese poetry. And that's how I vent my feelings using poetry. But that's not enough. Okay, so when I actually set up the committee for retirement, I realized that those people who actually don't enjoy retirement, because firstly, there are 4 things that they lack of. Okay, number 1, they lack friendship. They got friends, most people got friends. But how many people, friends to me, are like passing by, passing by friends. After that, they want to have something to do. They don't have support. I want to do, but alone I cannot do. Okay, want to call for friends, I don't know who to call. Basically, some people, after they retire from work, right, the day after they retire, they wake up in the morning, hey, who can I call? Well, everybody working. All right, so that is the, so friendship is the important things that in retirement you must maintain. Okay, that's why I call it F for friendship. Okay, now the other second factor of retirement that people need to maintain, okay, is interest and hobby. A lot of people retired, okay, without a hobby, without interest, and what happened to them? They read books. They read newspaper. Okay, no friends, read newspaper alone. And after 1 year of reading newspaper, reading storybooks, okay, there's this person will call him. And this person is called dementia. Dementia will kick in. Okay, because they don't interact. They got hobby, but they don't interact. Their mind don't run. And when their mind don't run, dementia will come in. They start to forget. Okay, so we encourage people, that's why government encourages active retirement. To engage you with a hobby, to mix around, okay, and that is what interest is all about. Okay, the third thing, for people who retired, okay, some people retired with financial stability. How about those without financial stability? When you have that financial stability, your relation gets affected. Okay, you can't do what your honey wants you to do, your children wants you to do. So relation gets sour. And after retirement for 1-2 years, okay, they end up divorced. Because they don't have this relationship among the spouses. Okay, and all this relationship is important. Okay, because when we retire alone, we need support. We not only need friends, we also need support from our spouses, from our brothers and sisters. All right, so relation is important here. R for relation. And the last thing, like many people, okay, health is important. Okay, health in the sense is that our mental health, how to get ourselves involved, get ourselves healthy. Okay, get ourselves involved, get ourselves, so that we enjoy retirement. We enjoy this journey of retirement. Okay, and not after retirement, a lot of people stay at home. And after looking through all these factors of retirement, I realized I'm also a victim of this. And there's a term for this. It's called social isolation. I just came to know. It's called social isolation. And a lot of people runs into social isolation. And moving forward, okay, the Committee of Retirement will actually like to look into social isolation, where we move people, we look into people that lack this factor and move them out of this social isolation into the world where, just as today, we can speak to the world, we can reach out to the world. Thank you so much.
Okay, wow. Thank you, Mr. Chua. I like your friendship. I love your interests. I love your relationship and good health. Basically, I'm into retirement, R-E-T-Y-R-E-M-E-N-T, retire like thread. But if you don't know how to retire, talk to me later because I can give you a lot of creative juice on retirement. Thank you very much. An introvert who is a gourmet, bookworm, music fan. I love this word. Movie bluff. And wanderlust. She loves going on all kinds of exotic adventure with her partner in crime. The title of the speech, One Little Step, One Major Massive. Let us welcome Cecilia Lim. Give him a sounding applause, please. Fantastic. Here, ma'am. Thank you.
My father always said, in order to change the world, it must come from yourself. And change the world he did, my world at least. Growing up, I had a tiger mom, but an almost absent father, because he spent half his time overseas running his own business. It was my mom who tried to supervise everything I did, who tried to control everything I did. And yes, she felt that girls should be seen and not heard. I never actually had a voice growing up. And so whenever I could, I joined things like speech and drama, like debating, anything to give myself a voice. My mom never liked it. She always said, my best speaker at debating is always due to because I go home and practice with her by quarreling with her. So she never liked all the activities I did. And yes, I used to quarrel a lot with my mom. Every time my father was back home, he would try his best to mediate between the two of us. My father was a very silent man. He never really bothered much because he knew my mother would handle everything. The operations of the house, disciplining of the children, and generally everything else. But one thing he always taught us was, do not be nasty to people. And I remember my mom sharing that she was always afraid we lose out whenever we tried anything, whether be it at work, be it at school, be it at anything. Because we are not the kind who knew how to fight to get what we want, because we don't like to gossip about people, nor do we like to backstab other people. And my mom was very worried about us, until my father told her, I'd rather our children be like that, because at least they won't be nasty to people. And that was a lesson that stayed in my heart, because there was a little change that kind of captured my world. 6 years ago, I met my husband. I was not the type of girl my husband's parents liked. Obviously, there was a lot of disagreement and whatnot. But at the end of the day, we got married. Shortly after our wedding, my mother-in-law passed on due to cancer. It was only recently I found out my father specially went to check on my father-in-law, make sure that he was all right after his wife's demise. And that was when I suddenly realized, no wonder his attitude towards me suddenly changed so much. As in, my father-in-law's attitude towards me suddenly changed so much. For the whole of last year and this year, he became very nice to me. And he was very caring about our affairs. That was really one example of one little step, one massive change, because all you need to do is to care about people, is to make sure that people understand you're concerned about them without pushing your way in. That was something that I always wanted to learn. I never had the opportunity to learn. And I'll never have the opportunity to learn because my father passed on 2 weeks back. This was a man that actually impacted my life in ways I never ever realized until he's gone. This was a man whose kindness and compassion touched a lot of people because it made a lot of changes in people's lives. When he was in the hospital due to a sudden collapse, all the way to his demise, all the way when we were doing wait for him, the number of friends, extended family, in-laws of the extended family came to visit. It was a good testament of the kind of man he was. And that was when I realized you do not have to be in the front line telling people, showing people what it is you do. You only need to make one small step. It can make a massive change in people's lives. My father made a massive change in my life. He made a massive change in my mother's life. And he definitely made a massive change in my father-in-law's life. He also made a massive change in the lives of all the people that he met. And someone like my father really made the world a better place. Because with all the backstabbing, gossiping, bootlicking around, he showed people what it was meant to just be nice, just be authentic, just to care. And that was a lesson I learned. It's just unfortunately, I'll never get to learn his other lessons ever again. And so, for now, my lesson is just one small change can make a massive difference. Whether is it in other people's life, whether is it in your own lives, whether is it in all the things you do. All you need to do is to just reach out, make one small change, show you care, and be nice to people. And this is a lesson that I'll take away with me the rest of my life, a regret that I never get to really know my father and who he was. But his legacy will live on through me and my siblings. So thank you.
Wow. Thank you. Reach out, reach out. Thank you, Cecilia. A multi-linguist homemaker. 讲华语、日本语、Grazie, Italiano, Espiano, 广东话 and Kamsahamnida. A multilingual homemaker with extensive international experience. She lived abroad for half her life. Adapting to diverse culture and tradition, her language skills encompass English, Mandarin, Japanese, Italian, Spanish, Portuguese, Cantonese, and Korean. The title of her speech, Are We Going Into a New World Order? Let us welcome multilingualist Amy Lee.
Everything that I want to say. So, oops. Okay. As we are talking about the title of Are We Going Into a New World Order? Dear fellow Toastmasters, ladies and gentlemen, this speech is my observation of what is happening around this world now, and therefore it is my generalized interpretation of the international new order. As we all know, we are not in the most peaceful times. The world is very tense. We have conflicts all over the world, like the Ukraine and Russian war, the conflict in Gaza, and the trade wars that that is going to be started. In fact, it has already been started by Trump. Okay? As there are too many antagonistic and personalities in this world at this moment, it has made this world quite a dangerous place. So, what type of a new world order are we going into? If we know about history, we will notice that there is always a pattern of events that repeats before a new order occurs. Let me cite you some instances that I researched from Google. Sorry, I'm still quite a traditionista in that sense, that I only use Google and not yet ChatGPT. Okay? On September the 1st, 1939, Hitler invaded Poland, and immediately after, France and Britain declared war on Germany. And according to Google again, the main causes of World War II were the harsh Treaty of Versailles, the economic crisis of the 1930s, the rise of fascism, Germany's rearmament, the cult of Adolf Hitler, the policy of appeasement by Western powers, and the lack of treaties between allies. Let us fast forward to today. Though we do not know the harsh treaty, we do not have the harsh Treaty of Versailles, which was the harsh sanctions against Germany during that time. But there was a Budapest Memorandum that was signed between Russia on the 5th of December 1994, between Ukraine, Russia, USA, and the United Kingdom. The memorandum basically provided Ukraine security assurances in return that Ukraine will adhere to the Treaty of Non-Proliferation of Nuclear Weapons, which means Ukraine was needed to give up on their nuclear weapons. With the introduction of tariffs by Trump to various countries, and we are entering into great economic uncertainty. In fact, for the past week, if you have noticed, in the stock exchange, that it has gone down. Okay? Though fascism has not taken root, but we could notice that there's a wave of far-right parties that are sprouting in Europe. There is a talk now, again, that Germany is rearming for the defense of itself and Europe because of the arm in Ukraine, which is practically at the back, because of the war in Ukraine, which is practically at the backyard of Europe. So EU countries are increasing their budget to defend themselves. If we continue to have the arms race, we can head towards World War III. There might not be a Hitler in today's context, but I notice many personalities and behavior that resembles Hitler. So at this moment, with Trump being in president of the United States, there is a possibility that the transatlantic alliance is at risk of being broken. A partnership that started immediately after the Second World War that has brought peace and prosperity to countries involved. Arrogance and ignorance seems to be very trendy nowadays and very much celebrated. Where else tolerance and compassion are taking a back seat. Globalization has created problems like immigration, uncontrolled immigration, and a slowing of the world economy. As there is a saying, a compassion are taking a backseat. Globalization has created problems like uncontrolled immigration, which created social unrest. It is without any doubt that we are moving into a new order of conflicts and a slowing of world economy. Despite all the uncertainties that we are moving into a new order of conflicts, as there is a saying, when the goings get tough, the tough gets going. So despite all the uncertainties and tensions around the world, there is always a silver lining. The silver lining is the solidarity that countries are helping each other, technology that help us to gain more information and news, that is happening around the world. The need to be independent and not wholly dependent on just one or two big players in the world for our survival. Okay, my last one, closing. Even though the world is going into a tense and uncertain world, we as individuals should adjust to this new order and learn to thrive in the not forgetting, in empathy and compassion to the others. Thank you.
Thank you, Amy Lee. Our next speaker, she works with brands, educators, and chain makers to shape impactful narratives that drive real-world action. From crafting sustainability, storytelling to leading eco-workshop, she empowers others to use words as a force for systematic change through her company, The English Curve and the Eco Chapter. The title of her speech is The Eco Power of Words. Let us welcome Marla Liz.
Have you thought about the power of words or the power that words have over your life? Have you ever had a time where a single word spoilt your entire day? A time where a word broke up a friendship? A time where a word made or broke your day? Do you have a word that triggers you? A single word has the power to influence the genes that regulate our physical and emotional stress. Scientists have found that the choice of words can even activate specific areas of the brain that regulate your subjective experience of pain. So words, they mirror how we feel and how we think. Words are so powerful. Every sentence we speak, every story we tell, every campaign that we craft, they're not just letters on the page. They're not just sounds in the air. They are catalysts for change. Words ignite action. They shape how we see the world, how we feel about it, and ultimately how we protect it. And right now, our world needs protecting more than ever. My name is Marla, and I work at the Eco Chapter, and I believe in the transformative power of words. Not just for communication, but for connection, for awakening urgency, for inspiring care, for instilling responsibility. Because, let's be honest, the ecological crisis is not just about rising temperatures or melting ice caps. It's about people, communities, and the choices that we make every single day. And these choices, well, they begin with words. Words are all we have. They shape perceptions, they influence our behaviors, and they mold our thoughts. Yet, we use so few of them. Worse, we're losing words. Entire languages are being disappeared, and with them, ways of seeing our world. English has become the global lingua franca, But this is a colonial language, once wielded to dominate, to separate, to label, and to other. And today climate conversations are subject to the same limiting language. For too long, we have been hearing monotone headlines of wildfires raging, of 500 people drowning in floods. For too long, sustainability has been buried under complex jargon, tangled in technical reports, lost in an alphabet soup of acronyms and policies. For too long, we have heard a language of lack, words that blame, words that shame, and words that tell us we're never doing enough. And what has it given us? It has given us words like despair, hopelessness, and apathy. But there are so many other words, and words can do so much more. So much more. So why are we not using them efficiently? We don't have to strip language down for speed. We don't have to replace nuance for efficiency. English is full of beautiful words. We just have to rediscover them. We can swap formal sustainability reports for storytelling. We can exchange cold, hard facts for heart-tugging anecdotes. We can replace dry technical writing for creativity and imagination. Because the more appreciative our words are, the more we appreciate nature, and the more we want to protect it. Without the right words, the sky is just blue. The sunset is over. The night arrives. But with the right words, the sky becomes an artist's canvas. The clouds start to dance, dusk unfolds in a symphony orchestra. The sunset is no longer a passing moment. It becomes a carnival of pinks and blues, cotton candy swirls stacked higgledy-piggledy in the funfair of the sky. Night is no longer the absence of day. It becomes an orchestra of blues rising from the oceans, colors breaking up staccato style like a sneeze of clouds strewn across a darkening sky. Words create connection. They transport us to different places, different spaces, and different faces. A single word can bring back the feeling of a long-lost embrace, the hustle and bustle of a crazy market, and the sound of laughter. Words spark imagination. The more we have, the more childlike, the more radical, the more whimsical nature can become. We can speak the sounds of the planet once again, and we can see the world through nature eyes. We can describe it with the words now long forgotten. Because words and nature, they go hand in hand. The words can create the more beautiful world our hearts know is possible. Words can create better future narratives. So what are you waiting for? Storytelling and words are simple ways to change our narratives, to exchange despair, hopelessness, and apathy for collaboration, community, and compassion. Our world exists in a better vocabulary. Simple solution to me, right? Pictures paint, but words they can create, and they can create our better world. Thank you.
Wow. Thank you, Mala. Our next speaker, he joined Toastmasters not to develop his speaking skill, but to learn about Singaporeans. He decided to join his ESCO club as a way to give back to the people of the Little Red Dot, Singapore. The title of his speech, Ending Suffering. Let us welcome Viet Tapia.
Thank you so much.
Testing, testing, 1, 2, 3. Can you hear me? Okay, perfect. Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for being here and hearing my speech. I'm going to speak to you today about ending suffering. Yes, big topic. Now, to start, first let's ask ourselves, what is suffering? If you think about what is suffering, what's suffering to you? Is it loneliness? Is it loss? Is this something you feel that the person next to you, if you were to speak to them, do you think they'll have the same definition? Probably not. Usually this answer is shaped by our life experiences. But for us to end suffering, we have to have a commonality. So let's get to the commonality of it, and that is that suffering is a negative human emotion. So that I think we could find all commonality. And when you think of negative human emotions, and you were to advise somebody what to do about it, you would say that they don't have to live with it. So it is something that people want to do something about it. Now, if you were to get this question asked by a child, let's say a 4-year-old child, and they were to ask you what is suffering, what would you tell them? Now, I know this question quite well because I was that 4-year-old child, and I didn't like the answer my mom gave. So when I was 4 years old, my puppy died. And I went to bury him at a ravine near our home in Quito, Ecuador. Now, when I got there, I saw something I'll never forget. It smelled like burning trash. You could hear children crying as their parents were scavenging for food. It was really a living hell. And as I sat there, shocked, holding my dead puppy, I shared a moment of suffering with them, me with my puppy and them in their lives. And that moment stayed with me because when you share suffering with people, that's how you build camaraderie and things like that. So that moment stayed with me, and I went back home and I asked my mom, why do people have to suffer? Why is it there? And she didn't give me an answer I liked. So as the years went by, I kept asking myself this. And then when I got to 14 years old, believe it or not, I went to see a psychic. It was with my family, but the psychic said, oh, you don't have much time left to live. So I took it really to heart at the time, and still alive, so it's not true. And I said, okay, I need to make every day count. So going forward, I'm going to focus on finding an answer to this, to what is suffering and how to put an end or a dent to it. And this then led to me traveling to 95 countries and looking for the patterns. And when I travel, I don't go and stay fancy hotel. I go meet people that are living on the streets, people that are victims of war, abandoned children, and get to know them, get to understand and ask the question, what is suffering here? Why are they suffering? And what I can tell you is that I'm going to give you a few examples here where I saw suffering was quite different. So here, how many people here have been to big cities in the United States? Only one? Okay, not many. Okay, a couple, yes. One thing you'll notice in big cities in the US is that you'll see a lot of homeless people. And not only that, they're not in good mental health. So that's something definitely that you see in the US that maybe you'll see less of in Europe. Definitely you won't see around much in Singapore or at all. And that, when you sat there and you walk around the streets, you might think to yourself, how could they call themselves the greatest country in the world and they allow this to happen? So in your head, you maybe don't think they are the greatest country in the world, right? It discredits that. With that said, when you walk the streets of Singapore, you could walk for hours, you won't see anybody on the streets. And in my opinion, what that says is that the Singapore government understands that happier citizens are more productive citizens. And they pass the appropriate policies for this. So this is what you see here. They really focus also on the people part, not just making money. So that's a big difference there. And I can tell you that what I've learned about suffering is that suffering, even though some people think it's just from yourself, it's actually systematic. So there's the choices of governments, companies, and historically what has been done. Yes. Now, what I have discovered here, because then you could also, I went to Myanmar back in 2013. Now it's changed a lot now. They have war, different situation. But in 2013, when they just opened up the borders not too long before, you will see a lot of homeless people in the streets of Yangon. But at the same time, you will see less suffering than you did in the US, because they will be together. They will share whatever resources they had, food. They'll even give milk to the homeless rats. I don't know if you guys ever seen that, but they will give milk to the rats in Myanmar. And what I noticed there is that suffering grows when you are disconnected. So there's a wrong connection. When you're by yourself, suffering grows. And when you connect to people, when there's connection, you could put an end to suffering. Now, when we think about, sorry, here. Now, I want to ask a question here is what, from my research, I'm going to tell you what I discovered. What do you guys think is a single root cause of suffering? Like, what's the thing that causes, systematically speaking, what is the biggest root of suffering? What would you imagine it is? Any guesses from the crowd? Sorry?
Disagreement.
Disagreement, wars. Yes, that's a very good one, actually.
Bullying.
Any other ones here? Poverty. Yeah, close. Poor health. Close. What I discovered, actually, it was social inequalities. A little different than poverty. It revolves around the social part. Now, why is that the case? When you have poverty, maybe you still have, like in the US, you have poverty, but people still dream that they could get rich one day. When you have social inequalities, that means that a society basically tells you you don't belong here or stay in your place. That kills hope. And when you kill hope, it kills opportunities and you kill people's hope. And when you kill people's hope, they're really like just dead. They won't go. Even if you give them the resources, they don't know what to do with it. So that's what I found out was the biggest cause of it. So now what can we do about it? All right, so we can start by our companies. Oh, yeah. So, yes, what we could do is just connect to people more. One example I'll give, and then I'll close it here, is that if you see a homeless person on the street, it doesn't have to be here in Singapore because you won't see any, but you could just look them in the eyes and say, I'm sorry, I cannot help you today if it's not the day, and just give them that dignity, look them in the eyes will go a long way. Doing those actions in your everyday life will make a difference in how you contribute to ending suffering. Thank you so much.
Let me give you a hug.
Yes.
Oh! You must be from South America.
I'm Canadian, but I lived in South America for a little.
Because from your accent, I know you are not American.
Oh, okay.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Okay, well done.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, Vad Tapia. The next speaker, outgoing, relationship-driven, she found a perfect fit in Toastmasters. For over a year, she enjoyed the community, the learning opportunities, the personal growth. Her love of travel, food, and connecting with people is evident in her role as the club vice president of food. The title of her speech is Deceiving the Coach Speaking the Language of Your Finance. Let us welcome Anita Divan.
I can see myself. Start. Ladies and gentlemen, imagine you're traveling to a beautiful country. The views are mesmerizing. The culture is rich. The food looks tantalizing. But there's one problem. You don't speak the language. You're left pointing and gesturing, hoping for the best. You'll get by perhaps, but you'll miss out on the real conversations, those discussions, and learning firsthand from the locals, which is the real heart of the experience. As it goes, there are many people who are approaching their finances the same way. They are navigating life's financial landscape without fluency in its language. They are pointing and gesturing, hoping things will fall in place, but truly missing out on the power of understanding. It's like the words we speak become our reality. If you keep telling yourself, I'm not good with numbers, I'm bad at finance, I can't manage this, it becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy. And I've seen this firsthand. I remember a client, very enterprising, energetic, young professional, an architect called Justin. He was brilliant at his craft, but when it came to finances, he was lost. When he heard terms like asset allocation or diversification, his eyes would gaze in the distance. He told me, Anita, this is really complicated. I just want to do what I love. I want to focus on my job. And that is true of a lot of people. It's very common. It's a very common sentiment. But the thing is, your personal finance is a language you can't afford to ignore. Justin came to me with a deep-seated fear of investment. His vocabulary was filled with words like fear, uncertainty, loss. He had heard horror stories. He had read sensationalized news articles. And he had internalized this narrative that the stock market is a dangerous gamble. When we started, we didn't start with numbers. We started by changing his internal narrative. I exposed him to words like growth, opportunity, and long-term planning. It was reframing his internal dialogue. And slowly but surely, he came on track and started believing that he can learn and grow. Let me give you another example. I had a client, a couple, let's call them Mr. and Mrs. X, who were drowning in debt. They were overwhelmed and fearful. Their internal dialogue was, we will never be able to get out of this. We are doomed. So what I told them was, let's replace these words of debt with financial challenge. Let's replace words like doomed with empowerment. And let's replace never with step by step. We also created a visual description of their situation, which was their big loan, like a mountain that they had to climb. But instead of focusing on that peak, which was so fearful, I broke it down into manageable small steps. And each step was a victory, a learning which was empowering. Slowly but surely, they not only paid off their loans, but they learned to speak a language of abundance. They learned to navigate life's finances in a step-by-step way with my help, and are grateful, are still friends of mine today. So it's not about learning, financial vocabulary is not about learning complex terms, but it's about realizing the power of the words we use. Imagine the conversation you and I have, internal and external. It's like a garden. What you sow or the words you speak is the harvest you'll reap. If you sow words of fear and doubt, you will reap a harvest of uncertainty and inaction. I've seen many of my clients are sitting on the fence and not taking that action because of fear. But you have to allow yourself, be kind to yourself, the dialogues that you have with yourself, you've got to believe that you have the power to learn and grow. Be kind to yourself. And just the way in Toastmasters we improve our speaking skills, let's improve our financial vocabulary and sow words of empowerment, sow the seeds of knowledge, courage, and reap the benefit of a financially free world. Because what we sow is what we reap. Thank you.
Thank you, Anita Divan. Our next speaker, she is an advocate for sustainability who believes that the key to a sustainable future lies in how we tap into our current resources to power up our economy and communal needs. The title of her speech building a sustainable future. Let us welcome Susan Loh. Wow.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are all living in a time of dreams and opportunities. And as a human race, we have come this far with technology, with knowledge, and all the resources around us that we use to build a utopian world. But as we embrace AI and the possibilities of space age, on one hand, we are slowly chipping away, destroying the very fundamentals of our core existence on the other hand, and that is Mother Earth. Imagine, or rather, the reality is every forest land that we clear, we are destroying, we are uprooting thousands of living species, and some even to the point of extinction. Every fossil fuel that we burn, we are destroying ozone layers and endangering human lives. And with all this happening, let me bring you back to history. Remember 1912? That was the year where everybody was smiling over the great Titanic sinking, the sinking of the great Titanic ship. But do you know that in the same year, there was a newspaper, an unknown newspaper in New Zealand, that published the world's first report warning about global warming. And it reported that furnaces across the world during that time were burning 2,000 billion tons of coal. And that led to the release of 7,000 billion tons of carbon dioxide into the atmosphere yearly. The question is, did anyone take heed? The answer is no. Why? Because 40 years later, in 1952 December, over 4 days, the Great Smog of London killed 4,000 people. Another 100,000 people were put water into hospitals for respiratory diseases. And all of this happening because of one same reason, the burning of coal, aggravated by anticyclones and windless conditions. The question is, did people learn about this accident? Did anyone take heed? The answer is no. Because fast forward to 2023, carbon dioxide emission levels continue to rise by 60% to 37.0 million metric tons. And what is happening at the same time is the speed of deforestation. Because in 2023, between 15 billion between 15 million hectares to 80 million hectares of forest land in the size of Bangladesh were destroyed to make way for human activities like industrialization, agriculture, and road use. Every minute, 2,500 trees were cut down. And with the removal of these trees that give us oxygen, give us stored carbon, and clean the air, all of us are at the risk of endangering our lives. All of us are at the risk of pollution. Now, ladies and gentlemen, all these things that we have experienced and heard leads to one point. We cannot rest on our laurels. We have to take action. We cannot pretend that climate change or global warming is a small matter. In 2023, in an international climate change meeting called COP28, it was noted that if we want to achieve 1.5 degrees Celsius as the healthy mark for global warming, we have to do two things. Number one, reduce the release of greenhouse gas emissions to 60% by 2035. And number two, achieve net zero emissions for carbon by 2050. Now, how do we as individuals, as a country, and as a global community achieve these goals? As individuals, we can take small incremental steps like using your bag, bringing your bags along instead of plastic bags to put in your groceries, choosing public transport over driving, and even consuming meatless foods which take less resources from the earth to produce. And as a country, what the governments can do is to take collective steps in all these little actions. And Singapore is a very interesting case in point. Riding on the wave of Green Plan 2030, the government is taking very active steps to get people to cut down on plastic by imposing a fine of 5 cents to 10 cents per plastic bag use. And the government is also doing its part to plant more trees to reduce the amount of waste to landfills, getting people to consume renewable energy and increasing solar energy deployment. Ladies and gentlemen, if every country could take the step to cut down on their carbon footprint, can you imagine that we are close to living in a brave new world where we can enjoy clean, pristine air, where we can enjoy the beauty of lush greenery, green corridors, and secondary forests, where we can truly enjoy the highest quality of life. Imagine that happening. And this is how we can rewrite the future so that we can all move towards a sustainable future. Are you ready to join me in this endeavor? Thank you.
Thank you, Susan Loh. Ladies and gentlemen, are we all willing to do the sustainability future? Say yes. Yes. Thank you. Our next speaker, she has a Bachelor of Science degree, graduate in accountancy and feasibility studies. At the age 7, she was awarded second honor in speech. Wow. She joined YMCA Toastmasters in 2024, written 4 books, become part of the ESCO organized events like World Speech Day. Not only that, she loves writing, drawing, singing, dancing, roller skate, dining, playing the piano, and her latest, Dragon Boat. The title of her speech, We Are All Leaders. Let us welcome Pareko Kebustaka Mabuhay Cherry Rico from Philippines.
Thank you, Edmund. Space. Good afternoon, everyone. We all yearn for a better world. Yes?
Yes.
A world where family thrives. A world where school flourishes. A world where nation prospers. But how is this possible? How is this possible? By having leaders? By having leaders? My next question is, what kind of leaders? What kind of leaders? We know that we have leaders, right or not? We have leaders. Think about it. What kind of leaders? We have leaders in place. They're even good. Is it enough? But I have a question. But before I ask the question, before we critique those people in position, ask ourselves this question. What kind of leaders are we? But before we ask ourselves, do we even know the kind of traits of a good leader? I can summarize that for you in 4 letters. Easy to remember. 1, V. A leader must have the vision. A visionary leader. A leader must be able to bring his people to have a better, brighter future. That's V. The next one, I. A leader must have integrity. The leader must be honest, must be transparent in his actions. Integrity, right? Third, the leader must be trustworthy. Trust is the bedrock of all leadership. Example, just think about it. How can you make a leader sign a peace treaty? Do you think he will be trusted? Think about it. That's T. The fourth one, E. Empathy. The leader must have empathy. He needs to understand his people's feelings, sufferings, so that he can have some resolutions to bring his people and save them and be able to settle whatever it is and then understand how can he solve the problems, right or not? So do you understand what VITE? It's easy to remember those simple traits, basic traits. Then my next question is it enough? Is it enough to have those good traits for a leader? Enough? Remember my previous question? Did you check yourself? Before you even critique those in position, have you asked yourself, what kind of leaders are we? Why did I ask that? To be able to put the leaders, those in position, we need to envision the kind of leaders we want by checking ourselves before we question them. Why? We are stewards of our own destiny. Whatever we decide, we shape our future. I'll give you one example. A leader that has VITE. A leader that has VITE leading a country that has natural resources versus a country that has no natural resources without a leader. No, it has a leader, but no VITE. I don't want to mention the country, but it's happening. Guess there is a country like this versus a country with a leader with a VITE, a country with a leader without VITE. They're going head to head. The other one is stealing the natural resources of the other country. The one, a country with a leader without VITE, is taking action. The country with a good leader, what is happening? It's not doing any action. So what is missing with a leader with a good leader that has a VITE trait, can you get that? Can you get what is missing there? No. What is the point of having a good leader if a leader fails to act on it? Even if you put a good leader in place, but if the leader fails to act on it, there's no point. It's a failure. You need to balance it. I want to close my speech with a story. This week, I was speaking to my chief judge. And then he said, "Cherry, you look stressed." I said, "Why?" Then this conversation goes on, and then he said, "Hey, Cherry, what happened? Are you taking the title and the position seriously?" Then I said, "No." Then what? "I'm taking leadership seriously." Why? Because it comes with responsibility. So I'm telling you all, I'm closing my speech. I hope you take it away with you, that leadership comes with responsibility. You want to take it on, make sure you take responsibility. A leader don't goes home and just wait for the fruit to drop. Oh no, let me add this on. The leader don't wait for the rotten fruit to drop. So, back to you.
Wow.
Thank you.
Thank you, Pareko. Jerry Rico from Philippines about leadership. I fully concur and agree with her, because leadership is not just about leading. The 4 VITE must be in place, and you must be committed. I add one more C, committed. I practice leadership. That's why I run my company since 1994 till now. I never give up. Why? Because I still love leadership. And that's where we are. And to all our speakers and the organizers that make the World Speech Day possible today, thank you. And to Raffles Studio for hosting the event. If you need a studio venue, here is a place. Contact Raffles Studio for all future booking. We have concluded our World Speech Day 2025, and we hope to see you next year, 2006, 15 March 2006, which is a Sunday. So let us all take a group photograph together. Can we all, take a group photograph? Yes. Yeah, and also one final announcement. Let Jerry make an announcement. Jerry.
Last final announcement, for those who participate today, you will get a soft copy certificate for those who participate for this year.
Yeah.
Yes. Lance, you can come also.
Everybody, let's come in.
Those who are also outside.
Okay, come.
Come. Is there someone outside? Those who are outside as well. Is there someone?
It doesn't matter. Come.
Those who are outside. Stay outside, please come outside.
You got to go inside because here you can't see.
Oh, you take this for us, Okay. Hey, ไม่ใช่ไรล่ะ全部一起
Slant in, then we can take more. Slant in.
All right, over here, look over here, smile. If you can't see the camera, meaning the camera cannot see you. 1, 2, and 3. One more. 1, 2, and 3.
Lance, you get.
Maybe someone help me. Thanks.
Okay.
Okay, whose camera is that?
Mine.
Okay, so you will send it to us or something?
Wait.
This is a better shot. Okay, wait, wait, okay, behind, wait.
I see lots.
Wait, one more.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
1, 2, and 3. Smile.
Okay, thank
you.
Oh.
Thank you so much.
Thanks, everyone. Oh. Yo.
Thank you.